the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here.
I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you, we see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard.
We feel valued, we feel respected.
Lee's Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence.
I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Hello, Lease Summit. I'm Jordan. Here's your flash briefing for the week of March 23rd. Looking for a career change or just starting out in the workforce? Attend the city's Career Fair and Expo on April 2nd from 1 to 6 p.m. at the Gamber Community Center. Attendees can visit hiring departments about job opportunities, complete applications, and interview on-site for select positions. Learn more at lspeople.net. The public is invited to an in-person meeting on March 26th from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. at City Hall to learn more about the Southeast Douglas Street Improvements Project. Project plans and exhibits, as well as tentative schedules for right-of-way acquisition and construction, will be available for public inspection. This meeting will be attended by city staff and representatives from the project's design engineer. Find more information on the city's website. And City Council will meet for a regular session Tuesday night at 6 in Council Chambers and City Hall. Meetings are open to the public or watch live on the city's YouTube channel. If you can't watch, catch the recorded meeting on demand on the YouTube channel or by subscribing to the Council Debrief newsletter, which breaks down 3 to 4 key agenda items. Subscribe at cityofls.net. Thanks for listening and have a great week.
Every time you turn on a tap, high-quality water is ready. But where does it come from? In Lee's Summit, water flows from 2 trusted sources, the Missouri River and its surrounding aquifer. This water is collected and treated in the cities of Independence and Kansas City. In Independence, the Courtney Bend Water Treatment Plant operates 42 water wells. These wells reach 85 to 125 feet underground, drawing water up from the Missouri River aquifer, an underground water source that naturally filters water through layers of soil and rock. The facility filters, cleans, and softens the water before pumping up to 7.5 million gallons a day to Lee's Summit. In Kansas City, the KC Water Treatment Plant draws water from the aquifer and the surface of the Missouri River. It then filters, cleans, and softens the water before pumping up to 25 million gallons per day to Lee's Summit. In Lee's Summit, Water Utilities controls the flow of these sources into the local system. Advanced software monitors the entire system, including 3 pumping stations and 8 water storage tanks, which maintain the water's pressure as it moves through 639 miles of water mains, carrying it to your home and the homes of more than 100,000 citizens. Water utility staff collect samples from throughout the system and send them for extensive laboratory testing, ensuring your water is safe, meeting or exceeding state and federal standards. When you turn on a tap, you're accessing a vast system spanning hundreds of miles, each foot carefully planned and strategically maintained. A system that leverages innovation to harness nature, turning a vital life source into an ordinary convenience, bringing you safe, reliable, high-quality water 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. To learn more about Lee's Summit Water, visit lswater.net.
Councilmember Lovell.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation, Ryan. Thank you. Is there any indicator that shows, are we supporting a need with...
You know, they talk about like gym rats, kids that grew up with their dads that were coaches. Like I was a city hall rat. My dad, Tom Lovell, was hired as the Parks Administrator in 1978 and spent 40 years in public service here in Lee Summit. I would go up on the weekends when he was working and I'd run around and play and do things, and I didn't know what he was doing at the time, but I just knew that was part of our weekend routine some days was to go up and hang out at City Hall. Being part of a city from a young age to now in my adult life, you reap so many benefits from that. The people you know, you care more for something that you've been a part of. My wife and I knew we wanted to raise a family. Just trying to find a community that we thought we could raise our children in, that was good to me, and it just felt like the right move as we were deciding on a city to come back to. Fortunate to have started a business in 2018. I founded Level Insurance Group, and we are a business insurance brokerage. So we help businesses procure insurance. Decided to throw our flag in the ground here in Lee Summit, and it's grown. I also have this passion for learning and curiosity, and I started a podcast series. So I really enjoy this opportunity where I sit down with business owners and tell their story, and get this out to other people in hopes that maybe it betters their life and gives them some inspiration or something. It's going to be a really exciting time, and obviously this city is in my blood. My dad's been a part of it for a long time, so I'm really excited. Thank you all. A lot of people would say I was crazy, right? So why do you throw your hand up and subject yourself to going into city politics? I think, especially as I've gotten older, I just felt, maybe a civic duty, like a responsibility to say, hey, this city's been great to me. Here's a way that I can give back and take some of my skills and put them to work for the people of this city. I wanted to bring a different, maybe way of thinking and take some of my business acumen and see areas that it may apply to how we develop and grow this community, and just give a different perspective. One of our biggest challenges, but also one of our biggest opportunities, is how do we develop and grow this community? We don't want to grow too fast, but we want to grow at a pace that helps support, who and what we are as a community. So, we've got a lot of opportunities, whether that be through development or parks. We've got a lot of land coming on board. So I just think it's important, it's a challenge, but it's also our greatest opportunity. And so we just got to be smart how we do that. It's just asking some different questions. I'm one that, I'm not contrarian for contrarian's sake. What I am is someone will tell me something, and then I want to get to that position with them by just asking thoughtful questions along the way. And then if I can get there, then I feel like we've answered everything we can to move that forward, versus, hey, here's kind of how we've done it. I'm never this is how we do it, this is how we've always done it, and this is how we'll continue to do it. Office of Council Member for District 2. All of my practical experience has put me in this position to serve, and I just raised my hand and said I want to do that, for which I was elected on April 5th, 2022. I feel this obligation to carry this legacy that my dad did, my family did, and then giving my kids an environment to grow up in that makes them want to come back. My kids have started rec sports through the Parks and Recreation system, and I'm watching them play soccer on this sport field that, my dad helped develop. And my dad's sitting there with me, right? I mean, that's the stuff that really matters in life.
Welcome, everyone. Would you please rise for the invocation and stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together today. Guide our hearts and minds as we serve this community and help us lead with wisdom, patience, and compassion. Remind us to listen well, stay open-minded, and do our best with the information we have, always striving to make thoughtful decisions for those we represent. We always ask for understanding and grace for our community, that they may see the care and effort behind this work. Bless this meeting and everyone here. In your name we pray.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, welcome, everyone. I'm calling to order the City of Lee Summit regular session 67 as amended. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Rader. Present. Councilmember Lovell.
Here.
Councilmember Funk.
Here.
Councilmember Carlisle.
Present.
Councilmember Pryor.
Here.
Councilmember Hodges.
Here.
Councilmember Shields.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor Baird.
Here. Okay, first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Could I get a motion, please? I have a motion from Councilmember Carlisle to adopt the agenda, seconded by Councilmember Funk. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. So sorry, there we go. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's adopted unanimously. Thank you. Next is the approval of the consent agenda. I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda by Councilmember Carlisle, seconded by Councilmember Rader. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. The agenda, or the consent agenda is adopted. Thank you. Next, we have council roundtable. These are items of general interest, things going on in the community, things of that nature. Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. There's going to be yoga at Green Street this Sunday at 9:30, and I haven't seen you guys all there yet with me, but one of these times you're all going to show up, so hopefully it'll be this weekend. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other roundtable? All right, seeing none, we're going to go right into business. We've got quite a crowd here, so let's get to it. I'm going to close the regular session and open the public hearing in agenda item 4A. This is a special use permit renewal for a mini warehouse facility, Jefferson Street Storage, 5 Southwest Industrial Drive. Matthew Schlicht is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk?
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Schlicht?
Good evening. Matt Schlicht, Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. I'll defer to staff on the presentation tonight, but essentially we have an existing facility on the northeast corner of Jefferson and Shear that staff had some comments upon our application for special use. The applicant has addressed all of those comments, and I think we're good with everything we have to move forward with.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Pierce Pulliam, planner. Please enter to the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 18.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A, 1 through 18.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the applicant is requesting approval for a renewal of a mini warehouse facility at 5 Southwest Industrial Drive for 20 years. There are no proposed changes to the existing site at this time. The property is currently zoned PI and surrounded by PI on all 4 sides. The adjacent properties consist of a sporting goods store to the north, a steel manufacturer to the west, a machine shop to the east, and a church to the south. The future land use map designates the property as mixed use, which calls for mixed commercial area that can contain industrial uses. The buildings on the site include 5 mini warehouse facilities and 1 office/warehouse building, which gives it a building area of about 29,550 square feet. The site is fenced on all sides with existing landscaping around the perimeter, and the site has 22 parking stalls. As a part of the SUP renewal process, staff did conduct an inspection of the property and noticed several concerns with the site conditions. All these issues have since been resolved. And the neighborhood meeting was held on January 6th, and no members of the public attended. The applicant requested a 20-year approval. However, to cover the time that will elapse between the date of the original SUP expiring and city council approval, staff recommends granting approval for 20 years and 36 days. And with the conditions listed here, the applicant meets the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan and the UDO. If you all have any questions, I am here to answer them.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff or the applicant? Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. You noted that there were a few issues that staff identified when they inspected the property. Can you just kind of briefly describe what those were? And you said they were all remediated completely?
Yes, so they had some vehicles parked on gravel, missing ADA parking signs. The detention base needed to be cleaned out. There were potholes, some outside storage, and some unpermitted signs. And after we notified about them, they had them all fixed pretty quickly. So.
Okay, so it sounds like the process kind of worked as intended in this case.
Yes,
make sure everything stayed in compliance. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, not seeing any further questions or either applicant or staff. So is there anybody here that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to the application? Please come forward. All right, thank you. Are there any additional questions from the council? Does the applicant care to make any further comment? No, thank you. Thank you. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? All right, thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 26-051?
I advance to second reading Bill number 26-051, an ordinance granting a special use permit for a mini warehouse facility in District PI on land located at 5 Southwest Industrial Drive for a period of 20 years and 36 days, all in accordance with Article 6 of the Unified Development Ordinance for the City of Lease Summit, Missouri.
All right, thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 26-051 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Council discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That bill moves to second reading unanimously. Thank you for reinvesting in Lease Summit. All right, I'm going to close the regular session again. We're going to open the public hearing in the matter of agenda item 4B. This is a rezoning from RP4 to planned office and preliminary development plan. Moehle Acres Office Building, 414 Southeast 3rd Street. Rhodes Real Estate, LLC is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk. All right. Does the applicant have a presentation? Oh, the applicant, I believe, is on Zoom tonight, so you'll see that on the screen. Very good. Good. Mr. Rhodes?
Yes, City Council.
Mr. Rhodes, you can go ahead with the presentation.
Yes, so Jeff Rhodes with Rhodes Real Estate, owner of Moehle Acres, Lee's Landing Professional Center. We are currently seeking a rezoning for an additional commercial office building to be located at 414 Southeast 3rd Street. And this building is going to be a duplicate in architectural and size to existing buildings that are there. And with that being said, I'm going to defer to staff to be able to work through the presentation that you have on site.
All right, thank you, sir. Can we get the presentation from staff?
Adair Bright, Senior Planner. I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 21.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A, 1 through 21.
The applicant is requesting approval of a rezoning from RP4 to PO and a preliminary development plan for development of an office building at 414 Southeast 3rd Street. There is one modification being requested, and staff analysis will be provided later in the presentation. The area includes a mix of zoning districts and uses, including apartments to the north, single-family to the south and east, and office buildings to the west. The proposed land use is compatible with the existing office development, and the intensity aligns with surrounding uses. The future land use map designates the subject property as being within the downtown activity center, which is intended to include a range of commercial, industrial, and residential uses. The proposed building will be 2,500 square feet, and the property will be required to replat and be combined with the lot to the west so that all PO district requirements are met. The applicant is proposing to add 4 parking stalls to the existing parking lot of the office development for a total of 81 stalls. A neighborhood meeting was held on December 11th, and 1 member of the public attended. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on February 26th of 2026 and recommended unanimous approval. Since the project was submitted prior to adoption of the new architecture and building design standards, it was reviewed under our previous standards. The applicant is proposing a mix of brick, stone, and acrylic stucco. The building matches the existing office buildings to the west and visually blends into the area. The applicant is requesting approval of a modification to allow the parking lot to encroach 5 feet into the required setback to the north. Staff is supportive of the request because the pavement encroaching into the setback is for cars to back out of parking stalls and does not actually include a parking stall itself. Also, the residential use to the north has a parking setback of 10 feet from the same property line. Therefore, the proposed encroachment is not expected to negatively impact the residential use or district, with the nearest building being approximately 80 feet away. There's also existing vegetation between the parking lots, which should help mitigate any impact. With the conditions of approval shown here, the application meets the requirements of the UDO and the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan, and I am here for any questions that you all may have.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff or the applicant from council? All right, not seeing any. Is there anybody here tonight wishing to speak for or against this application? Please come forward. Any other questions from council or for staff or applicant? Mr. Rhodes, do you care to make any further comment?
No further comment at the time.
Thank you. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? Well, I know that those offices over there stay pretty full, so, and it's a challenge sometimes to find like smaller office space. So this fills a need in the downtown. People want to be downtown, and this is in the downtown. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to ask who's reading this one. Councilmember Pryor, would you please read Bill number 26-052?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to advance to a second reading, Bill number 26-052, an ordinance approving rezoning from District RP4 Planned Apartment Residential to District PO Planned Office and a preliminary development plan for Moehle acres office building on approximately 0.22 acres of land located at 414 Southeast 3rd Street, all in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 33 Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 26-052 by Councilmember Pryor, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It goes to second reading unanimously, and we'll thank you for investing in Lee Summit.
Thank you, City Council.
Okay, going to keep moving. We're going to close the regular session and open the public hearing on the agenda item 4C. This is a rezoning from Ag to CP2 and preliminary development plan. Douglas Corporate Center, approximately 9 acres located at the southeast corner of Northeast Lee Summit Road and Northeast Douglas Street. Dahmer Brothers Investments LLC is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk?
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good evening, Jeff Bartz with Own Engineering on behalf of the applicant, Dahmer Brothers. I'm here to give you kind of a brief introduction of this project. This project is located just north of the intersection of Colburn and Douglas, adjacent to both the Discovery Park projects and the Lee Summit Airport. The current design for this project, again, this is a rezoning and preliminary plan. We are proposing 5 different commercial lots on this property. Again, the proposed use for the commercial is to be complementary to the adjacent approved apartment complex to the west. Some of the challenges of this site, there is a stream corridor that cuts across it that has been damaged multiple times through different construction of Douglas Road and the airport itself. As such, we are requesting a waiver that was approved by the Public Works Department for reducing that setback down to the current natural wetland limits that are existing out there. Essentially, stream corridors are intended to preserve the natural vegetation, but there really isn't anything outside of those limits. That's why we're requesting the reduction, and staff has agreed. The other issues with this site is there's some old right-of-way. The old Douglas Street used to go straight through this property directly to the north, and with the realignment that has left kind of several pieces, and that's part of why this rezoning is required, is to rezone the rest of this piece. As with the old right-of-way, another issue was the large water transmission main. This is a large enough main that is very costly and expensive to try to relocate, and so our layout essentially leaves it in place, not being touched. Lastly, we're adjacent to the Lee Summit Airport, which has its own height restrictions, and just to make everyone at ease, we are meeting all of those requirements with the FAA requirements for height and everything like that. Proposed traffic improvements. Douglas Street is wide enough to allow some things to just be restriped to add in turn lanes for the project, and in addition to that, we're proposing new right turn lanes to be constructed on the northbound side into the project, and then also, as warranted, a traffic signal at the intersection on the south side of the project. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Following are just some kind of examples of what could be there. Again, this is preliminary. Each one of these lots will be coming back to the city as part of a final development plan. We don't know what the actual use will be at this time, so this is just kind of an idea to give you an idea of what any future development or future building would look like in this development. As part of this overall development, they will have design regulations regarding the materials to keep everything that is in this development uniform looking and kind of a holistic feel for all 5 lots in this development. So just running through these very quickly, Lot 1 is kind of a very small, unique lot. This is more intended to be kind of the fast drive-through restaurant, no seating area. Potentially coffee shop or something of that nature. Lot 2 is more of a standard restaurant, fast food restaurant with a drive-through. Lot 3 is more of your strip center, retail, potential, again, fast restaurant. Lot 4 is slated right now as a C-store. Again, this is something that has come up in our neighborhood meetings of people not exactly liking the idea of a C-store. Again, this is all preliminary. It doesn't necessarily mean it will be a C-store. Just want to clarify that up front. And lastly, a self-storage unit is proposed kind of in the back corner where it's lower and more out of sight. I'll defer to staff, but you'll hear that this is actually would require a special use permit, and we're not seeking it at this time, and are aware that we would need to come back and obtain that. If you have any questions for me before I defer to staff.
We'll do the staff presentation, and then we'll do questions. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Shannon McGuire, Planning Manager. Please enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 25.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A 1 through 25.
All right. Sorry about that. All right, the applicant is seeking approval for a rezoning from AG to CP2 and approval of a preliminary development plan for a 30,000 square foot commercial development on approximately 9.14 acres located there at the southeast corner of Northeast Lee Summit Road and Northeast Douglas Street. As the applicant did state, please note that Lot 5 is depicted on this as a self-storage. However, they are not prepared to move forward. So any development of that lot will need to come forward to you under a separate application. Again, the subject property is located just north of I-470 and Northeast Colburn Road and Northeast Douglas intersections, kind of in this general area here. So the character of that development around the intersections is primarily commercial, existing as well as proposed and under construction. Northeast Lee Summit Road is primarily categorized by single-family large lot. That's kind of up here in this verdant color. And then the subject development does back up to Lee Summit Municipal Airport. The proposed rezoning is limited to the AG area, the ag zoned area here. It's only about 3.25 acres. The remaining approximately 6 acres already has that CP2 zoning. Again, the site overall is 9 acres, a little over 9 acres, with lots 1 through 5 totaling about a little over 30,000 square feet total. Again, lot 5, about 12,500 square feet of that development is for illustrative purposes only and is not included in this PDP. So the developer has crafted a set of design standards that will govern the architecture out here to establish that cohesive theme throughout the development as a whole. But primarily the exteriors will be comprised of brick, stone, ephes, aluminum composite metal siding, as well as some cementitious panels. The comprehensive plan identifies this area as commercial and civic for that future land use category. The commercial land use designation includes all kinds of retail uses that accommodates the full range of proposed uses that the developer is proposing. This will be complementary to the Discovery Park development that is currently under development. So the civic land use is kind of a remnant leftover piece. So when the city realigned Douglas Street, we had to acquire some property out there. So that's how that civic land use was designated in that area. The applicant is seeking a modification. That modification is to that 20-foot required setback along the parking lot along Northeast Douglas Street. This street, Northeast Douglas Street, has an abundance of right-of-way along there. So even with the modification requested, the setback from any kind of drive lane will still maintain approximately 70 feet from that parking lot setback. So to put that in comparison, typically other arterials, you have about a 35-foot setback between the parking lots. So for these reasons, staff does support that modification. The applicant did host 2 neighborhood meetings with 3 members attending on the August 21st meeting and 1 member attending on the March 12th meeting. Some of the concerns that were voiced at those meetings had to do with the proposed land uses, concerns regarding the commercial convenience store, as well as questions about changes to the creek, traffic, and the traffic signal location. So with the conditions of approval as outlined here and in the staff letter, the application does meet the requirements of the UDO, the Ignite Comprehensive Plan, and the Design and Construction Manual, and I can answer any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff or the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. It wasn't mentioned, so I assume the answer is no, but there's no incentive request associated with this project, is there?
I am unaware.
Is that something that would have to come up at this point in the process if they wanted to ask
I
for
will
that?
defer to Assistant City Manager Elam.
Ryan Elam, Assistant City Manager. We have had conversations about potential incentive tools depending upon the final tenant mix that comes in here and the extent of the public infrastructure associated with that. But given that this does not have a specific tenant associated with it at this time, the decision was made to pick those conversations back up when a specific tenant and the timing of any significant public infrastructure would be a little bit more known.
Okay.
And that is in line with our incentive policy associated with no permit being issued.
But tonight's decision is just zoning and the PDP?
Yes, that is correct. Tonight's decision is zoning and preliminary development plan, at which point the applicant will be able to further market the property.
Okay, gotcha. And then as far as the PDP goes, they mentioned a possible self-storage use that would need to come back for special use permit. Is there anything else in here that would require further council consideration before it could move forward? Like you mentioned a C-store, if this is zoned commercial, can that go in without further consideration?
That could, yes.
Okay.
An example of something that would need to come back forward if they propose something that would become a substantial change in the overall plan, increased traffic flow, something that has a higher intensity than what they're showing here, that would have to come back before you for a new approval through the PDP process.
Okay. And then as far as the creek area, that's not going to, I assume, create any environmental issues or drainage issues or anything, the fact that they're kind of right next to that creek area and building, doesn't look like their building's actually in it, but some parking areas and things crossing it?
Yeah, all stormwater issues have been addressed through the design process, so no issues.
All right, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. For the applicant, have you had any discussions with the Discovery Park folks?
Yes, we've had multiple. Is there anything specific?
Are they on board about a C-store?
They were one of the people that did not like having a C-store there, and
I think that was talked about early on with Discovery Park and some of the uses they were doing. They didn't want to be surrounded by C-stores, so
yep.
I'm glad you guys are having conversations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so maybe this is for Mr. Elam, I don't know, but the incentive is based on who the tenant is? So what if at the time they come before us, what if the incentive's not granted, then does this thing just not happen? Or that confuses me.
That would be a business decision that they would make at that point in time, whether it could economically work for them to move forward or not. But the land use would still be in place, and they would be able to move forward with the land use as is. So any sort of incentive request isn't tied to the specific land use of the preliminary development plan associated with it.
Okay, but so they're adding a turn lane, and right now there's no incentive for that turn lane? Are they adding a turn lane?
There's turn lane improvements and other public improvements, yes, as well as a traffic signal. But the timing of that traffic signal and the driver of that traffic signal could change depending upon the uses that are going in that area as the traffic studies get updated.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to make sure I'm clear that if we move this forward with zoning, that there is no assumption that there would be a C-store there, because I think there's some, as Councilmember Funk mentioned, with regards to Discovery Park, and actually I live over there, so that would be my concern. It's just the C-store. So is that true? There's just no assumption that that's what it's going to be. It's just, it is
So
the
the current
assumption.
preliminary development plan does show a C-store there. I think what the applicant was saying is that a specific identified user has not been identified.
Okay,
So the PDP would approve that type of land use there.
okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thanks, Mayor. Mr. Park, I have a question for Mr. Park, if he's around. Thank you. I know Mr. Elam somewhat addressed potential traffic, a signal maybe being required or turn lanes and things of that sort. And I know this site plan does show something. With the project across the street, in the city, we've made significant improvements to that intersection of Douglas and Colburn, obviously. But as we look at this development plan, have those considerations been made for future traffic generation and traffic flow and egress and ingress and all that?
Yes, Michael Park, Director of Public Works. So into the design of the Colburn Road improvements and the Douglas Street intersection, there was some forecasted traffic growth that would have accounted for some of this, maybe not to the exact development plan that you see before you tonight, but they also did a traffic impact study as it relates to this application and looked at that intersection, its operations, and whether or not there would be practical mitigations down. And there were none proposed for the intersection aside from just adjusting signal timings and operations, but no additional turn lanes. And when you think about that intersection at Colburn and Douglas, it really has been built out to the extent, I don't know that we could add any more turn lanes at that location. And to address some of the other comments up at their site, yes, there's required turn lanes that would need to be built, and the timing of the traffic signal that's also recommended is highly contingent on their land uses. So I think what they may anticipate as Discovery Park gets built, they're lining up their approach with the Discovery Park intersection. And if, say, for example, they didn't have a C-store, they didn't have some of the high trip generators that are affiliated with this application, then the warrant for that traffic signal may disappear. Or maybe that signal is warranted by other development so that it's a timing issue and not ready yet. But as the application is proposed now, with these land uses, a traffic signal would be installed.
So we will consider whatever improvements may be needed based on specific PDP applications that come in at that site.
The conditions that staff is recommending with this application do require a traffic signal and require multiple turn lanes to support the development that's in front of you tonight.
Okay, so, all right, so that's been discussed thoroughly.
Yes, it has with the applicant.
Because traffic is a concern along that corridor.
Yes, sir.
So, and the increased traffic. So, all right, thank you. That helps. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff or applicant? Okay, Mr. McGuire, you said on the elevations, you said that they had defined a material palette. Yeah. Are you saying that they've narrowed our codes as far as what we approve, and they're saying that it needs to be more specific?
Correct.
Okay. But it's still, is this general enough that they're not going to come asking immediately for modifications to this?
Correct. It provides them some flexibility to design site-specific to the needs of the user, however, limits that to a cohesive theme across the board, so it all kind of flows.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anybody here tonight that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to the application? Please come forward. Are there any additional questions from council? Does the applicant care to make any further comment? Okay. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we're just considering the land use and the PDP, like I'm fine with this application. I wouldn't venture to make any commitments on the idea of any incentives that might come up later. But in this location, right next to the proposed Discovery Park, right next to I-470, it seems like a use mix that makes a lot of sense right there. So it seems acceptable. It looks like honestly every other development in our city, and I'm sure it'll fit in just fine. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk?
Thank you, Mayor. I would really like to see some more discussions between this developer and the Discovery Park folks. I think they're making a significant investment as well in our community and what they've done up there so far. And if they're opposed to a C-store, I would much rather see those two work it out before we approve a preliminary development plan. So that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor?
Thank you. So I am happy to see this not RP4, but I do also feel like, while I'm not necessarily against it, I hope that they are in constant communication with Discovery Park, because that's already an approved. I just don't want to see it harm Discovery Park at all. Even though I didn't vote yes for Discovery Park, I want them to be successful. And so I do hope that they are in communication with Discovery Park and respecting that development also. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rader?
Thank you, Mayor. My objection is the C-store. I think it's okay for the development to go in there, to be a commercial development, that's fine. The way that road, it curves funny going along there, and I can just imagine it's going to be, you can imagine how much traffic is going to be with a C-store. So, and again, I just don't want it to impact anything with Discovery Park as well. So I would rather, again, as Councilmember Funk said, I would rather have some more discussions with Discovery Park before we continue going forward with this, just because of the C-store. So, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lovell?
Well, I mean, I guess it feels to me that a C-store would be extremely complementary to hotels and housing. Is it more about the type of C-store? I guess I'm trying to understand why Discovery Park would be against it, or anyway, I think it's a good use. I do know that we have concerns sometimes with the operators of the C-stores, or, you know, like if it's I'm sure, like if it's a Casey's or whatever it might be, but it feels to me like that's actually a good use of the space to be complementary to that development. Now, I can't speak for Discovery Park. I'm just saying, like, looking at it and how it's laid out and the design, the elements, I feel like it's a good project for right there. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? I would say, just, you know, usually when we see things like this, change into a rezoning like this, there's a lot of times lots within the development that haven't been determined, so they're more conceptual, but then they do the rezoning. But usually they bring an applicant, like one of their anchors with them, and in this case they haven't. They're not like saying, well, here's one commitment we have, and then, you know, we're gonna see where the market goes with the other commitments. And so that is different, but it's not, I mean, it's not unheard of. We do changes in rezoning, so I can't use that as a reason to vote against it. It just would have been nice to have an idea of one of the end users that were going to be in here, but that's not part of the requirements. So, Councilmember Hodges.
Thank you. I would agree with Councilmember Lovell. I think we actually need a gas station on that side of town. And I like what they're bringing, the plan. I think it looks great and it fits the area. And I think it's just a matter of when the next council, whoever that is voting on this, they need to make sure they vet when it comes to the PDP and vet, okay, who's the tenant, because we've done that in the past where we've deep dived into who the owner of the C-store would be, and we vote based off that. So I think we give it a shot and see, because I think it's a needed thing over in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shields.
Just to make sure I'm clear, that we are voting on the PDP tonight, and if they put a C-store there, they don't have to, like, once it's zoned for that land use, they don't have to come back and ask again, do they?
Correct. As long as there's no substantial changes, that C-store will go straight to final development plan.
Okay, thank you.
But if they ask for incentives, they have to come
But
back.
if they come back, if they want incentives for this whole area, they'll need to come back for
Correct.
that. But we are approving the PDP, we're approving the land use, so if they want to build something that looks exactly like that plan, they can just, it's just an administrative process, take that from preliminary to final plans.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good clarifications. Thank you. All right, we can keep discussing as soon as we make the first reading here. So Councilmember Carlisle, would you please read Bill number 26-053?
Thank you, Mayor. I move Bill number 26-053, an ordinance approving rezoning from District AG to District CP2 and a preliminary development plan on approximately 9 acres of land generally located at southeast intersection of Northeast Lee Summit Road and Northeast Douglas Street, all in accordance with provisions of Chapter 33 of the Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri, be second read.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading. Bill number 26-053 by Councilmember Carlisle, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion. All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It does pass 7-2. So that will go to second reading. All right. Moving on. We're going to close the regular session, open the public hearing in the matter of agenda item 4D. This is a preliminary development plan, View High Sports Complex, inflatable soccer dome, 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive. Engineering Solution LLC is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk? A lot of people just rose their hands to speak, Mr. Schlicht.
Sir, yes, sir. Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. Thought we would start maybe with kind of just a history of what we've done and where we are. So this is a project at the southeast corner of Chipman and View High that started as kind of a napkin sketch as a couple dads that have kids playing soccer wanted to find a place closer to town to do it here. So that started back in January of 23. There was a PDP that was submitted and approved in April of 25. Following that, the minor plat was recorded to purchase the ground, which was done in June. And then following that, as they started to get letters of intent and interest in using the facility, the experience grew. People keep coming, people kept talking about what they were going to do and what this could be. One of the soccer clubs came up with an idea or an ask that of the 2 soccer fields that we had, one indoor and one outdoor, was there a way to seasonally put a dome over top of the outdoor? We called city staff, we started having discussions of what that would be. We don't have one in town. Other towns around the area do have them. They're over smaller facilities like pools or tennis courts or pickleball courts. Up in the northern part of the United States where they have the longer winters, this has been used. There are a number of places that have it, but regionally it hasn't been done yet. So we started talking through staff and came up with a plan that we thought that this was an accessory use to the approved PDP. So we started submitting plans and we submitted those in September. We held a neighborhood meeting in October, expressed and heard concerns of the neighbors, mainly about the size, mainly about some of the uses, some of the pieces of it. We tried to respond, and then before the Planning Commission meeting, we presented. We heard the discussions that the 80-foot dome was too tall. So we made a modification before we brought it to council with you guys and shrunk the building. We shrunk the size of the field, or shrunk the width of it around the field. Came to council and you guys suggested that we needed to go back and have some more conversations with the neighbors and the Planning Commission, so we did. We made another modification to the plan. We had another neighborhood meeting. We went back to Planning Commission. We heard some more commentary, and that kind of puts us of where we are today. We're back here in front of you with a project that we truly believe in for the community. We truly believe is a good use to an approved plan that makes the project better than it even was. The demand you'll see tonight is expanding beyond what we even believed it would. We thought it would be exciting for the soccer community to have something like this in the community, and we'll show you some stats in a minute of what that means. The benefit of the dome and the reason that we went with the dome is, if you remember back to the original plan, the noise was a big issue, the pickleball courts, the noise and the activity of the fields. This dome is a 3-layer system with an interior, exterior, and insulation panel in between, which will make that dome 100% opaque. It'll basically make it like a complete shield. The noise level, there's no documentation I can provide to you, but from the dome supplier, he states that standing outside of it, you won't hear the field noise from the inside. This is a temporary use, and so our idea is that from Thanksgiving to spring break, essentially, when the field would be utilized with the most outdoor lights, to the opportunity of the UDO, which allows the lights to stay on until past 10 o'clock or around 10 o'clock every night, this would limit that use, this would limit the lights, this would limit that noise. And this is, again, the unique opportunity that we talked about when the overall project came through, that this is a regional draw. The dome will be one of a kind. There is nothing like it in the area, which is going to promote the soccer facility and the opportunities that the soccer club has within it to bring in national tournaments and bigger facilities that they could do when they have the outdoor all year round, which provides an opportunity for, again, the project to succeed at a level that they unexpected. Community support and benefit is additional hotel nights, the shopping, the dining, the destination we talked about during the original side of it. And the benefit we always said was the field was already there. So this isn't like we're adding another field, we're not adding another use. This is just a complement to the original plan. We're just providing an opportunity during what we considered the most intrusive time of the outdoor field, when the lights would be on the most, when the noise and the leaves would be the least amount to diminish any noise outside if it was open field. Now with the dome, that eliminates all of that. Also, again, with that dome, this allows another outdoor field in the community that improves the quality of life of these soccer families that are traveling around this country to go play soccer on the weekends, that are traveling across state lines to go practice night after night. As we'll talk about in a minute, you're seeing people that are coming from outside the community already to come to here, to Paragon Star, to Z Sports, to utilize the facilities they have because of the limited amount and numbers that are out there. So why now? Why are we bringing it? It's because this is kind of a now or never with a dome. The dome is impractical to build at a later date. You can't simply add on to the project. It's something that once that outdoor field is constructed, because of the construction methods that have to be built to build that dome, essentially that entire area has to get destroyed and rebuilt. So when the anchor tenant came to us and said, that outdoor field is great, if we could do something that could create a dome, it would only increase our opportunities. That's kind of how we got here. It expands this project to levels that, as we've talked about, in the developers have talked to, is national type club levels. Collegiate type club levels are calling, saying you now have 2 full-size soccer fields, which puts you at an elevated plane unlike anything we have in this entire region. So this is what we're talking about on the construction method. The field outside is a turf field. To build the turf field, we would install a 6-inch curb around the entire outside of the field, which is what that turf would tie to and connect to basically tight, to make it tight so it stays there. But to put the dome in, it requires a 4-foot wide by 6-foot deep footing to support that dome. And so that's what we're saying. As we went in and tried to do it at a later time, the retaining wall that we have to build on the east side of that field would have to be completely mowed down and started over. All of the drainage systems, all of the utilities, and all of the items that are out there for the field, if we built it now, would all have to get reconstructed and built later. And so as we talk through it, this is kind of the chance. This is the reason that we kind of paused on going to final development plan. We were in process of creating construction documents and preparing after they closed on the ground to submit the final development plan, and then realize that this opportunity was there, which is why we're asking for it now versus developing something or constructing something and coming back at a later time to try to install it. So the updates that we talked about, originally we started with an 80-foot tall, 84,000 square foot dome. The reason it is that is a dome that would have gone around the outside of the indoor field and allowed 11v11 soccer with room on all sides of it. So it was a much larger dome, but it would allow much more flexibility on the interior space. We heard the neighbors' concerns, we heard the planning commission concerns, so prior to coming to you the first time, we made revision 1 reduction, which reduced the 80-foot dome down to 64 feet. And what we did is we shrunk the side of that dome in so that essentially we could still play 11 v 11. We just had a little less sidelines, we had a little less on the end lines, but we could still function as 11 v 11. That took the area of that field down to 80,000 square feet. After we were remanded back to Planning Commission, had another neighborhood meeting, we've come down to what is the final kind of ultimate piece of it, to maintain the outdoor field when the dome is not there at 11 v 11. We have now set the footing literally on the sidelines and on the end lines. That creates the absolute minimum width and length that we can create on that dome and make it function for the other 9 weeks or 9 months of the year, or 10 months of the year that we're not using with the dome. It allows that field to function as a full-size 11 v 11 field. What that will do, though, is it'll allow that dome to come inside to reduce the width. The developer has also gone in and added an additional layer of increasing the thickness of the dome material, increased air handlers, increased heaters, which also allowed us to bring down the height of the dome. And so now the dome is 59 feet, 11 feet high, or 11 inches high, which effectively, if you go to code, it's essentially 53 and a half feet high because the dome in the field sits below what Ashurst is. So per UDO calculations. So all of that to say, essentially our modification request originally was 40 feet. Our initial reduction in that was down to 24 feet or a 40% reduction. And our final one now, our modification request for the PDP is a 13.57 foot reduction. We're in line with the reductions or the increases in height that you guys have approved for apartment buildings, or you've approved for some of the larger commercial buildings in town. We're within that range of other complementary buildings given the fact that you've approved in the area. In addition to that, we've gone through and identified areas where we believe we can add additional landscaping, green buffers that currently, obviously, when they get installed and they're 6 and 8 feet tall, are going to start that progress of creating a buffer in there. We've added additional screening on the easterly side, we've added additional screening on the Ashurst side, and then additionally we've added a screening on that southerly side or the north side of the dome. Again, evergreen trees put together to create that vegetated barrier between what would be the driveways or the drive lanes, the residence areas, putting evergreen trees in that are fast growers of a foot or two a year, a foot or two growth every year. So initially, day one, it doesn't create that entire barrier, but as time goes on, the progress goes with the 5-year special use renewal period, we would be back hopefully with better pictures that would illustrate that that buffer is actually working, creating some barriers between the neighbors. In addition to the existing vegetated mass that's going to remain on the easterly side of the site between the existing neighbors and the development. So then, as we talked back the original time when we started this whole project, the location of this field, in our opinion, is ideal. The project, the site, the whole area is zone CP2, a commercial zone district. So you guys have a whole bunch of uses that you just saw with the last project and many of them in your UDO that are allowed in that site. A side yard setback in that zoning area is 10 feet. We're at over 300 feet from the property line. Per code, per your UDO, there is an allowance to build a 40-foot tall building 10 feet off of that property line. But we are 300 feet from that property line at a height within reason of other projects that you've approved. So again, as we've talked with the neighbors, we've had conversations of why this location and why here, is we tried to play nice with every neighbor that we had. We had conversations with the neighbor to the south and have the discussions of where you could place it so that it's equally located to basically everyone in there. There's conversations of should we flip it up to the front side of it? And it's just playing to the other neighbors that we've already talked to that have that side of it. So as we've tried to place this building facility, we've located in an area where our belief is from view high, from chipping, from the neighbors. Equally, we've set this building out of sight, out of mind as best as possible using the site. So now as we start to talk about what we've done from the neighborhood and what we unexpectedly found but kind of believed would be out there is the support. In 2 weeks since the Planning Commission, we've started asking for neighborhood support or from support from the community. Since basically 2 weeks ago, 596 letters have been provided to you through online sources, through signatures, through people coming out on the Facebook pages and everywhere else, supporting this project, supporting the use of this facility. Additionally, everything in yellow you see on that map are the direct neighbors to this project that have expressed and written down their support for this project. Residents of Edgewood, the direct neighbor to the north, neighbors up on View High and Chipman. In addition to that, since March 10th, the Facebook page has over 100,000 clicks on the website, 1,200 interactions, meaning people made a comment or did a thumbs up or a smiley face. 30,000 viewers have visited the Facebook page. And if we look at the collage of comments and pieces of it, we pulled out a couple. The one at the top is a resident that lives in Liberty, driving 3 times a week down to Paragon Star, stating he comes to the Paragon Star, Z Sports, and even though this is in Lee Summit, he not only supports it, he's begging for something like this in the Northland. So you have residents from the area that are going to continue to come to Lee Summit because of this facility. A local developer that has developed things like Winterset and Arbor Walk comments that 100 yards of separation between the uses is nothing short of a luxurious in the world of land development, given the fact that it's already zoned CP2 and the setback requirement is 10 feet. There's a lot of people that will be here to speak to this and have these comments that this project will be something that the community can be a big supporter of and will be a big benefit to the area. So as we start to go through the comments that we've heard from the neighborhood meetings, from the planning commission meetings, from the city council meetings, these are everything that I've written down and the ideas of what I believe are the questions and comments that we've tried to address that and what we've answered. So the incompatibility with the neighborhood character, again, to the north of us is a 78,000 square foot planned church. To the west of us is our View High Sports Facility, 164,000 square foot sports facility. To the east of us is the residential, and to the south of us is agricultural land that you'd assume on the View High corridor is going to continue to develop over time. Conversations about increased traffic and congestion and pedestrian concerns. The field that we're going to utilize was already part of the project. It's already part of the PDP. This dome changes none of the traffic concerns. It changes none of the congestion. It's just simply utilizing the facility in a different method for 16 weeks of the year. The light pollution, amplified noise, increased vehicle noise, the dome decreases all of it. The dome is 100% opaque. The dome will reduce all field noise. There's been conversations about the air handlers and the heaters. The air handlers and heaters create 60 decibels, which is less than what the field would have created even in a low time. But by the time you're 300 feet from the property line, or to the property line, the decibel levels of those air handler units won't be heard. Zoning precedent for incremental commercial expansion. Again, this is not a zoning case. This is a modification request and a special use permit. The zoning is already done. It's already a CP2 property. The increased uncertainty for homeowners who rely on the existing zoning. Again, there's no change in zoning. There's no change in land use. This is simply utilizing a field and providing a dome facility outside of it. So as we start to go to comments and letters of opposition, there's a deed restriction comment. We have a conversation, or we have a letter to you in there from the church. There is no conversation or concern on the church's part with the deed restriction. Substantial deviation from the previously approved plan. This is a accessory use. Staff and I talked through this when we started this process and identified that this is a complementary use to the already approved plan and is not a deviation of any substantial change. Aesthetic impact of the white dome. We have offered at many meetings that if the community wants to come up with any color, we would consider it and look at it. We have all talked about it, and I think we've even talked about it on this council and this dais. White is the primary color that the dome manufacturer uses across the entire country. But if a color wants to be looked at, we're happy to look at it. But as we talked with staff, I don't think there's any color that makes everybody happy. Just like as you see, everybody's houses are different colors outside. There was a question on the accuracy of the visual representations that we'll show you here in a little bit. You know, those were created by a third party, a professional guy that creates 3D renderings and those pieces of it. They utilized our survey data. They utilized CAD data for all the buildings. So I would defend every one of those drawings. The noise and the light pollution, again, we've already talked about. Availability of less impactful alternatives. we've gone through every alternative we can possibly think of, and in our opinion, this is the best solution. This provides a reduction in a lot of the comments we've heard related to noise and impact to the neighbors from a light and noise side of it. The lack of established safeguards and controls, your UDO has, provisions in there for anything that doesn't happen, and I think this relates more to the idea of your special use request that we're asking for the dome to be up from a very specific time of November 25th to March 25th, and your code has allowances that if those aren't met, that they can certainly be brought to the attention of the city. Precedent concerns, again, height modifications are approved on many projects every year, and we're not outside of the realms of any of that side of it. There's been commentary over and over that this is bigger than a football field. A football field is 360 feet by 160 feet wide. The dome's 350 by 215. So we are wider, but as you look at the neighborhood, they're going to look at the long side of it. So 360 feet's a football field. We're actually shorter than that. We're at 350 feet. There's been lots of commentary about you can park a 747 in there. I don't really know. I just know this is a large enough facility to handle youth soccer, and that's what we're intended to do with that facility. So as we start to look through pictures of what you'll see, we've taken pictures from many different angles to start to identify. I think as we were here last time, the commentary is we wanted a very clear representation of what it would look like so you guys could visually understand it. This is sitting directly to the east of the site, sitting at grade level like you're standing on the street, and you can see the existing vegetation through the trees without any leaves on it. You can start to see the resemblance of a white dome. Remembering if the white dome is not there, what you're going to see is the backdrop of our building, because the building would sit right there on that exact same plane. This is what it actually looks like. So that as we talk about representations and what's accurate or not, we believe that we've done a good, accurate representation of what exactly it looks like out there. Now we're another street over to the east. Again, looking back. So again, as you look to the west, you can see the dome. You can see the tips of it. You can see the white, again, without any leaves as it would currently sit in the winter. This is what it accurately looks like in the field. So again, I think you can see the representation that is fair and realization of what is there. This is at the corner of Ashurst and Edgewood Trail as you look west, and you can notice that you don't even see the dome. You don't see, barely do you see the building on that far end of it. This is what it looks like out there in reality. This is what it would look like on the east property line looking into the site from the west. So you can see where the dome would sit, where the building would sit, and you can see in representation of height what relationship that dome has. It doesn't tower over the building. It's a complementary mass to what is sitting there now. That is currently what it looks like out there in the field. Now we're on view high looking back to the east. You can see the building. You can see the dome from this perspective just slightly on that end piece of it. And then as we kind of come down Ashurst, you'll start to see it. But again, illustrating that the massing of the dome doesn't overweigh the building. It doesn't overweigh any of the commercial use that's already there and already approved on that side of it. So at this time, we'll just do a quick visualization that you can just run through, and then that will be the end of our presentation. You can ask any questions. So this is just a video representation you can see as it drives through that area. Again, as we go back to the east, a street over, you'll start to see what would be looking at from like a second story type view, and then down from what the street view would be. And then you'll go over here to Ashurst as you'll head back to the west towards the facility, and what would be a representation of what it would look like as you were driving down Ashurst headed towards View High to potentially exit the subdivision. We need to get a smoother gas pedal. It's just jerking around a little bit. But you start to see as you get to the property line, you'll see some of the building when you're on Ashurst directly to the north of the dome. And now we'll swing out and we'll go up to Chipman. So you can get a representation of what it would be like if you were coming southbound on View High Drive. And you'll see that if you were up on Chipman Road, sitting up on that end, the Summit Church essentially blocks all of your view of the dome until you get to the point that you're near the signal of Chipman and View High. In the future, all of that green spaces area that the church has lined out to potentially be for sale for commercial development. So at some point in the future, this visualization of the dome is completely blocked by buildings and parking lot of the development of that corridor. And as we get up to the corner of View High and Ashurst, eventually you'll be able to make a southbound left with the development of this project. So the neighbors will now have a 3/4 turn access of being able to get out of that site. This will be then your final drive as you're heading back down Ashurst to the east towards the subdivision, driving past the approved building of View High Sports. And again, just illustrating the massing of that dome not being anything out of the ordinary from what is there from the approved plan. So with that, we'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Can I get staff's presentation?
Okay. Before I begin, I did just want to note that staff will be doing one singular presentation for PL 2025-241, the special use permit, and PL 2025-249, but we will still hold 2 hearings and staff will enter the exhibits accordingly. Adair Bright, Senior Planner for PL 2025-249. I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 34.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A, 1 through 34.
Looking at the previous approval on this property, the rezoning and the PDP for View High Sports Complex at 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive was approved in early 2025 and is still valid. The PDP did include the complex itself, its associated parking, and the north-south road connecting Northwest Chipman to Northwest Ashurst. At that time, the property was rezoned to CP2, which allows for a recreation facility with one condition pertaining to the location of the front entrance, which is being met. The surrounding land uses include the Summit Church to the north, single family to the south and the east, and parkland to the west across Northwest View High Drive. The future land use map designates the subject property as commercial, and the comprehensive plan does identify a commercial recreation facility as an allowable use under that commercial category. Since the complex and the parking were previously approved, the focus this evening is on the PDP and the SUP request for the inflatable seasonal dome. This project was first heard by Planning Commission in November of 2025, where it was recommended for denial, and concerns heard were related to the size and scale of the structure and its compatibility with the single-family neighborhood. It was then heard by City Council on December 16th of 2025, and the instruction was to revise the proposal and allow the Planning Commission to reconsider the application. The proposed inflatable dome would cover the area shown with the yellow hatching, and due to the proposed addition of the dome, the applicant would also be extending the fire lane access along the south. The applicant is requesting the SUP be approved for 20 years. However, since this is an unfamiliar structure, staff would recommend a 5-year initial approval period. The applicant has made 3 revisions, which include reducing the dome height, increasing the landscaping, and moving the installation timeframe. The previous installation timeframe was about 17 weeks, and this request is still consistent with that previous ask. When it comes to measuring building height, the UDO identifies 3 different ways listed here as A, B, and C. After additional staff review, it was determined that the most comparable roof type for the dome would be a mansard roof, and since there's not a clear distinction between where the walls end and the roof begins, the entire structure is considered part of that roof. The UDO tells us that to calculate the building height, we start at the highest available ground level, which for this project is the street curb level, and measure to the deck line of a mansard roof, which is where it flattens at its highest point. Based on that UDO definition and methodology, the originally proposed structure had a calculated height of 73.65 feet, while the revised proposal results in a calculated height of 53.57 feet. While the height has been reduced, the applicant is still seeking approval of a modification because they're proposing the structure be 13 feet taller than the maximum height allowed within CP2. The previous request, which was 33 feet taller, was not supported by staff since there were limited opportunities to mitigate the visual impact on the adjacent residential properties. Staff did previously identify concerns that the overall height and the form of the dome could appear visually out of place, and while the overall shape of the structure remains the same, The reduced height does lessen its perceived scale. Also, the overall massing is comparable to the Summit Church and the previously approved sports complex. As part of this revised proposal, the applicant has provided 3D renderings from multiple vantage points demonstrating the structure's height and visibility. Based on the submitted materials, staff finds that although the dome will be partially visible, it is not expected to appear substantially taller than the surrounding trees or nearby residential and non-residential structures when viewed from that neighboring subdivision. The additional proposed evergreens will also increase the density of the existing tree mass, which is shown with the green hatching, that will remain on site and will help mitigate visual impact further. The applicant held a second neighborhood meeting on February 23rd, 2026, and 11 members of the public attended. The applicant reported that the discussion and questions included traffic, the overall site design, the associated mechanical equipment, the height of the structure, and lighting. Staff has received 3 letters of opposition, 596 letters of support, and 22 protest petitions. 6 of those petitions are within the 185-foot buffer and represent 11.7% of the land area within that buffer. Therefore, the petition does not meet the criteria to be considered a legal protest and does not require additional action by the City Council. A verification process is required with protest petitions within the buffer to determine if that 30% threshold has been met, but that verification process does not occur and is not required for petitions outside the buffer or for letters of opposition or support. The Planning Commission did hold an additional public hearing on March 12th, 2026, and recommended unanimous denial of the project. Staff finds that the revised proposal reasonably addresses the concerns identified in the previous submittal and that the requested height modification is compatible subject to the proposed landscaping and site design improvements. The recommended conditions of approval here have been updated in response to the revised plan and are shown in bolded font. Condition number 5 under the PDP application was added by the Planning Commission to certify that the as-built height of the dome, or to certify the as-built height of the dome prior to issuance of the certificate of occupancy. And the recommended condition 2 under the SUP application has been revised by staff to provide better clarity, and I am here for any questions that you all may have.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff or the applicant? Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think my first set of questions will probably be for staff. So currently, this project without the dome has been approved. So the building, the parking, the traffic, the soccer field, all of that, everything except for the dome that we're talking about tonight, they already have the right to do all that if they want to, right?
Yes.
Okay. As far as the overall development goes, is there anything in the conditions of approval that require both the approved building and the soccer field to be constructed? So are they allowed to just construct the soccer field, if this were approved tonight, soccer field and dome, or is it one whole thing that they would need to construct the indoor building facility as well? How does that kind of relate to each other?
Yeah, so the building permit would cover the entire facility. And so as the complex develops, that's when the soccer field develops. I'm unsure if they would get a separate building permit for the actual dome structure itself, but we could always add any kind of conditions if you would like to require that the initial structure has a certificate of occupancy prior to the dome getting one.
Okay. I know there have been concerns on some other unrelated projects in terms of making sure all improvements that were promised are completed and that kind of thing. So I just want to make sure that we have something in place that would kind of guarantee that. I think we'll talk when we get to the end of the public hearing about actual opinions, but before I would decide opposition or support, I would want to know, is it all going to get built, right? Mm-hmm. And then one thing I wanted to say, which I should have said at the beginning, is just for full disclosure, I have spoken with the developer, and I've also received many letters in both support and opposition to the project, but I will make my decisions based on what we hear in the public hearing tonight. So just want to put that on the record. And then they talked about the kind of the light and sound limiting factors and how that may be an extra benefit during the winter months. It was something I hadn't really thought about before. So during the winter, when it gets dark earlier and you don't have as much vegetation on the trees, so it'd be easier to see all those lights and there'd be less buffer to the sound. So is that something that staff kind of agrees with that assessment, that during that particular range of months when they would be operating this dome, it's even more important to have that kind of mitigation in terms of the light and noise to protect the neighboring properties?
Yeah, the structure would help shield any of that light that may be seen during the winter months, and then same with the noise.
Okay, whereas like in the summer when it doesn't get dark till 9, you wouldn't necessarily need a ton of
Lighting
lights
that
for
early, yeah.
for an earlier game. Okay.
Yes.
And then as far as those months of operation, so it's basically the end of November until, what was it?
Yeah, it's November
To March
25th through March
Okay, there I see it is.
25th.
Okay. So what is the enforcement mechanism for that? How does that work with the SUP?
Yes, so that would follow our standard SUP conditions of approval process. We have discussed kind of, as this is beginning, and kind of doing some notification letters as we approach that deadline, just to kind of help remind the developer as we get started, hey, this needs to come down soon. But overall, if the conditions of the SUP are not being met, then we do have our revocation process outlined in the UDO that we could follow.
Okay, so if, for example, we got to the end of March and they left it up and it's April and it's May, we could come back and revisit and revoke the special use permits. They couldn't use that dome at all going forward if they weren't following the
rules,
requirements.
yes.
Okay. And then I think my last question is probably more for the applicant. So, when this was presented to us originally, it didn't have this dome concept. I understand from your presentation kind of how you see this as a benefit to the community, and I've heard a lot of support from local families that would love to have the indoor space. But I guess the question I have that I'd like you to kind of walk through is why this wasn't in the original application, and what it is that triggered this. Because it seems like from when you came to us last time, it sounded like it might not, even though you have approval to run the facility without the dome as it is structured right now, that it might not be feasible financially to make that happen. Can you just kind of explain how you found out, what happened? Was it something that you knew before that would be an issue, or is it something that came up in your due diligence after you had gotten through the original approval? What happened there?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I appreciate the question. When we first had the idea for this...
What's your name for the record, please?
Justin Beebe, 3D Builders. So when we first had the idea for this project, we knew there was demand for the indoor fields, but we greatly underestimated the amount of demand there was for these fields. So shortly after announcing the project, we were approached by a soccer club, and we leased the entirety of the indoor field for the winter for 10 years to a singular club. And we've continued to have interest from not just soccer clubs, but from other sports as well, seeking indoor turf, which we continue to tell them we don't have them. So as you alluded to, we originally had a smaller lender that was going to syndicate the loan. And so throughout that process, there was some underwriting creep as they continued to approach different lenders. And so as we evaluated what our potential alternatives were, this seemed like the win-win, right? We have the clubs asking us for additional space. We have the community saying they would like to have additional space, and that would have solved the, challenge that we were faced with at the time. But I guess I'll pause there.
Okay, so it sounds like you had what you thought was a workable concept. As you got deeper into it, you found both that there was demand, but also that as the lenders dug more into it, they wanted to see more, kind of?
Yeah, so specifically on the lender side was related to the length, the term of the contracts that we had. And we felt that this was the best option to present forward. We feel like it's the most viable, it's the best for the overall project, it's the best for our tenants, it's what they're asking for, and it's in the best interest of the community. So that's why we chose to bring this forward as the solution for that.
Okay. And if this dome were not approved, is this a project that could go forward with the prior? I mean, I know that from the city standpoint, yes, you can build it, but you as the developer, can you make this project happen without this dome?
Yeah, I can understand why you would want clarity on that. But what I would say is that for any development that's at this point in the process, we're still in preliminary phase, we're still in the leasing phase, we're still in the financing phase. To speak with certainty about the final outcome of the project is difficult because there are so many variables that still have to be overcome aside from financing. So I can't sit here with certainty and say that regardless of the outcome of this vote, it's going to get built either way today. We certainly are endeavoring to do so, and I think the events over the last week have shown our resolve to see this project through to the end. And along with that, when I was here in front of the council last time, I told you I would continue to work to identify other alternatives to make sure that we did find a way to bring this project forward, and we have spoken with other lenders. We've identified a larger financial institution that has more favorable, more flexibility with their underwriting terms, and they've expressed interest in the project. They have issued a letter of intent on the project, but what I would say is that with any project at this point, that's going to be subject to full underwriting approval and to loan committee approval. And so we continue to believe that the approval of this dome is in the best interest of the project overall and in the best interest of our tenants in the community.
Okay. And then just, I guess this is probably for staff, so this would be a 5-year SUP, so they would have the ability to operate for 5 years, assuming they're complying with all the terms, and then it would come back to council to see if the next council wanted to continue it longer.
Yes, that would give us the chance to reevaluate how the landscaping's growing, kind of how the neighborhood relationship is going, and just generally if there's any maintenance issues that need to be addressed.
Okay, and it'd be 5 years from the date that the dome starts operating, like would it be from today or from when they got a CO?
It would be from approval.
Okay. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I could provide a little more clarity and clarification to Councilmember Shields' question. Shannon McGuire, Planning Manager. So with regards to the timing of the dome construction versus the principal structure construction, since the dome is considered an accessory structure, it would not allow it to operate without a primary use first, and that primary use is going to be that the principal structure. If you wanted to take a belt and suspender approach to provide a little more comfortability, a condition could be added that would require, the timing constraint, but with it being an accessory, it wouldn't be allowed to be operated without a primary.
Okay, thank you.
Same without the primary being the first building.
Correct.
Okay,
Helpful, thank you.
thank you.
So
Go ahead, Councilmember Funk.
can we talk about the SUP, or do we need to wait till the next application?
We can enter into the record the SUP. We can enter into the record the public hearing, the second public hearing. Yes,
Yes.
yes.
We'll
It'd be
handle
easier
all
to cover it all now and then enter all of this information into the next public hearing.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to do that, and then we can talk about the SUP?
Just go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So on this, Mr. Slish, have you identified a third party to certify the height when this dome goes up?
So it'll be a surveyor. Land surveyor is what we've identified. And I mean, yeah, if it's not our company, then we can certainly find another land surveyor that will come out and do that and provide a certified height elevation of the facility.
So what's the time, I know we talked about this before, what's the length of time it takes to construct this?
The dome itself?
Yeah.
Yeah, so once the dome foundation and pieces are in the ground, essentially it takes a week to put up and a week to pull down. And so the reasons of kind of the shifting of timeframes is we're trying to identify with the soccer club. They typically take a break around Thanksgiving, which is what we picked the start, and then they typically take a break around spring break. And so that's kind of how we picked it. So that week time frame in there should be the time that the club doesn't need the field, and we can take it up and put it down.
Okay, thank you. I think a question for the applicant would be on the SUP, if there were some conditions. I mean, this project was approved almost a year ago. Nothing's happened. You asked for a very robust incentive package on this project, and I want to make sure, again, For the record, I've had conversations with the applicant. I've had conversations with people that are for and against the project. That won't sway my decision in any way. But I want to make sure that everybody that is here understands that this project was approved to be built a year ago. And we've taken a lot of phone calls on this one. But for the SUP, I would ask the applicant if we had some conditions in there that if this was approved, that you would start construction in 120 days using local contractors. The dome would not be allowed to be erected until the building received a certificate of occupancy. I mean, I think I'm asking you these questions. If you want to come up and agree to them, great. So some stipulations that I would like to see, I want to ask the questions on the record and then the council can discuss it. If we were to approve this, you would start construction within 90 to 120 days.
So the only comment I would say to that is we have to get construction plan and final development plan approval, which generally are going to take in that range. And so I think if I don't know the exact time frame on that side of it, how we do it. I mean, they're certainly ready to move forward. So as you look through the schedule, we had started the process of putting final development plan and construction plans until the soccer club came forward and expressed this idea. So I think time frame, I think that the contractor's here and we could talk through schedules of how it would go. I think that's probably aggressive to the time frame of getting city approval, getting bids, awarding bids and getting that contract, but I think we could certainly find a time frame that is reasonable to that side.
What about the dome cannot be constructed until the building receives a certificate of occupancy?
So I think the question would be is if we're referencing the dome cannot be erected as far as the dome physically itself, but I can still install the foundations, utilities, and pieces of it.
Yes.
Then I think that there's no problem of erecting it after the fact of the building being completely built and occupancy being awarded to the main structure. Because as Mr. McGuire stated, the primary structure will be built, has to be operational, because essentially all of the functions that serve the dome come from the main primary structure. So I think that's fine as long as we can build all of the footings, utilities, and pieces for it. Yep.
And then when the dome, would this be the same dome every time when it's taken down? Is
Correct.
it something that?
Yeah, so it's the same dome. So they purchased the dome itself. It is stored off-site and brought back, and the dome crew will come and erect and put up the dome. So the permanent facility stuff will be, there will be the mechanical equipment and some of the pads and pieces and obviously all of the foundation. But outside of that, the dome itself will be stored off-site and brought back.
Because we wouldn't end up getting some 20-year-old looking dome showing up the second time
You
around.
would not, nope. It would be that same dome every time. And then, as Mrs. Bright commented, we are asking for a 20-year SUP, completely understand with the new use at 5-year, and we are acceptable to 5-year because it's kind of a prove-it point, and the developer is more than willing to prove to you that they will erect it and take it down on schedule. They will maintain the quality and color of it, whatever aesthetics are there, it will be maintained.
With this incentive package that is there, would they agree to local contractors only?
I think that'll be a tricky one to say with the contractor, general contractor that's here, of identifying only sourced local just from the availability of local. We'd have to identify, I think, what that probably limits would be. I mean, there's always stipulations that can be in the incentives. I just don't know that we can source it to say solely, because again, if we start to talk about time frame, I would rather have the general contractor allowed to identify quality contractors he knows to get the project done, constructed, and in a quality manner, in a timely manner, versus put something that I don't know a good way to tell you of the availability of everybody else to do it, because it's going to take a large number of people to do it. So certainly there will be locally sourced.
I would agree with that, but we are locally sourcing a very nice incentive package.
No, I understand. I'm just saying I don't know what the availability on that side of it. Like I said, we can have the contractor comment on what the availability would be on that side, but I think certainly some percentage of it. I don't know if you have anything to say to that. We'll have Kevin ask the question.
Hi, my name is Kevin Newell. I'm with My Brothers Building Companies. We are a local contractor. I live in Lee Summit. I live in Lakewood. And the biggest question to that is define local, like Kansas City Metro or Lee Summit specific. That's where it's going to, that's where it gets to, it's kind of hard to answer that question specifically. And
I think the simple part is we could say local, general would be local in the metro area.
yeah, so everybody, so we have the 80% drawings, we put it out to bid just so we can get an idea of what the cost is. Majority of the contractors are local to the metro area. The steel is local, the foundry is in the state of Missouri. The biggest one that's not local is a dome. There's only 2 dome manufacturers that are used almost globally.
That's understandable
So,
with the dome.
but outside of that, everybody else that we've used is local to the metro area.
Okay. That's all I got for now, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hodges.
Thank you. So for the applicant, so I have a question in regard to the SUP and your financing. So I know originally the SUP was requested for 20 years, and then it was dropped down to 5. So is your lender okay with it being 5 years? And then especially like, you know, you have to come back to us in 5 years, say that council says, nope, we don't want it anymore. So will your financing still be okay then? Like, are there precautions in place in case that were to happen? Hopefully not, but
Right.
if
So-
it did.
Yeah, so they're aware of the request of staff to go to 5 years. Financing side of it, everything is fine with it. Our belief and opinion is that we will prove to you that the dome functions the way that we believe it would, should, and it will be what Lee Summit will be proud of. So there is no concern on it switching to 5 years. So if that's the request of staff and the council, we are fine.
Okay, so if it were denied at that 5-year point, you guys would still be okay on your plan, is what you're saying?
I think that we would be hard pressed like any developer or project would in the sense of not understanding why, but
Yeah.
at that point, I would feel like it would be the development's issue of not getting something done correctly, because in my belief, if we stand in front of whatever council or mayor that it is in 5 years, have proven that the project is functioning as stated and in doing no harm to the neighborhood, they would have a hard time not approving it. So I think that that is a risk that they're willing to take from that standpoint of we believe we will prove to you that this is going to work.
Okay. And then my next question, so if some complaints do arise, what's the process for addressing them and who's accountable for that?
Right, so both developers, one lives in the neighborhood, both live local in Lee Summit, both are available and both will be on site to that side of it. So the development team ownership group will be available to any of the neighbors and be very accessible to anything if there's any comments or concerns or problems with that side of it. And then as we've talked to the neighborhood, we've talked about one of their biggest concerns is traffic from our project going through the neighborhood. We've committed putting wayfinding signs and other pieces of it and continuing that if traffic designers and engineers and city staff's opinion that people won't go through the neighborhood is inaccurate, we will assist in trying to figure out a way to detour that because that's not our intent. So I think that's one of the biggest concerns that we've expressed a continuation of help to the neighborhood that we will figure out to make sure it doesn't happen. But the developers will be available on any other side of it.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing any more questions from council. I got quite a list of people that have turned something in to speak, but that doesn't mean you can't speak. So I can go with the list I have here, and then from there, I'll just, after I get through this list, then I'll ask who else would like to speak, and then you can come forward at that time. So we'll start with Kate Campbell, as far as the public speaking part. And I just ask everybody to be respectful and stay on topic. This is a public hearing for a special use permit and a preliminary development plan that allows for a dome.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kate Campbell, and I come to you as a lifelong resident of Lee's Summit and a soccer player. In fact, I am dressed like this because I came from soccer practice this evening for my 10-year-old son. I've lived here my whole life, and I've seen the city grow. In fact, the last time I was at a city council meeting was when my father was developing or requesting support for developing Price Chopper in Lakewood. And the opposition for that was strong, and I can tell you that probably everybody is okay with that Price Chopper being there now, good, thankfully. But I've watched this city grow from 29,000 residents in the 80s to over 106,000. That's a 250% population and housing stock in just 4 decades. We've become one of Missouri's largest and most desirable cities, and we've done that by investing in things that families want to stay, shop, eat, and raise their kids right here within the city limits. Back in my day, the only place we had to play indoor soccer was a horrible place called the Soccer Dome off Front Street, where we actually had to walk through a bar to get to the field. A few years later, Sports City came, and man, was that life-changing for the local soccer community. Having a good, safe place with big fields, seating for parents to actually watch games. It was a huge change and an opportunity for soccer players of my age at the time. View High Sports is basically the 21st century sports city. With your approval tonight, our kids can have something truly world-class. A state-of-the-art facility featuring, I mean, you've heard all of the amenities, but 7,500 square foot athletic training and rehab center, of course, the FIFA fields. We could bring competitive soccer here. As a soccer mom of 2, a 10 and 13-year-old, I have actually said out loud in the last couple months, sorry, babe, I can't drive you to Kansas for competitive soccer while your brother is playing here in Lee Summit. I'm robbing my children of an opportunity of growing in their soccer career just because I can't drive them to Kansas 3 times a week. The quality youth sports complexes like this don't hurt property values. They raise them by making neighborhoods more attractive to young families who want convenient, active opportunities for their kids. If this 5-year trial period special use permit for the seasonal dome isn't approved tonight, as you've heard, the investors are unsure that we'll even be able to go through with the project. That would mean we're losing it all. The indoor fields, the training center, the family entertainment, the jobs that it's bringing, the chance to give our kids a future far brighter than anything we had back in the 80s. So council members, this is our moment. We need you to help us choose opportunity for our next generation. I, along with all the other soccer moms, support this 5-year special use permit and preliminary development plan tonight, and can't wait to show the world that Lee Summit knows how to invest in our kids' future. Thank you.
Thank you. Bo Thomas.
Hopefully you guys hear me okay.
Hold on a second, we'll get you a microphone.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. I'll be brief. My name is Bo Thomas. I'm a Lee Summit resident, a business owner, husband, father of 2 boys involved in youth sports. I'm here tonight in support of the seasonal dome at View High Sports and Entertainment. From both a parent and a business perspective, this is a very practical solution and a real need. The dome itself only improves this project, and it continues to grow. So does the demand for the quality of accessible space, especially during times of the year the outdoor play just isn't realistic. What this project does is allows families to stay here in Lee Summit. It keeps our time here, it keeps our kids here, it keeps our dollars we are already spending on sports, food, and activities in our own community instead of going elsewhere. I'll be honest, this matters to me on a personal level. My family and I spend a lot of our weekends traveling to Kansas for sports, and at some point you start asking why. We are leaving Missouri, we're leaving Lee Summit to find opportunities that could easily exist right here at home. This project helps fix that problem. But more importantly, that the economics in this time, at this time, it gives back to families. When things are local, it means less time in the car, more time at home, more time together, more balanced life during the week, better quality of life for families like mine. I also think it's important to recognize many of the people who support this aren't here in the room tonight because they're probably at soccer practice, driving their kids to games. They're doing exactly what this project's meant to support. Right now, families like mine are leaving Missouri every weekend to find these opportunities. This is our chance to keep our families here, our time, our dollars, right here in Lee Summit. I respectfully ask you to approve this special permit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next is Doug. H-A, I can't see, is it Harp, maybe? Hay, is that correct? Yeah. Hay. Doug Hay, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, for allowing me to lend the residents the opportunity to speak. My name is Doug Hay. I live at 540 Northwest Edgewood Trail, directly behind the Dome Stadium. All right. I appreciate the chance to share my perspective. Respectfully ask the city to reconsider the placement and type of dome being proposed. While we have accepted the sports complex itself has already been approved, the dome represents a significant additional impact. As currently planned, it would sit directly behind my home. The size and scale of the structure, visibility from roughly 4 months each year, would substantially affect our view, our privacy, and our quality of life. My family chose this neighborhood for its seclusion, open space, and natural settings. Over the past 4 years, the character has already changed significantly, placing a dome of this magnitude immediately behind homes place an unfair burden on a small group of residents for the benefit enjoyed by the broader community. In addition to the visual impact, I ask the council to consider the real-world effects this will have on nearby homeowners, increased noise from sports activities, lighting that spills into the backyards and homes, added traffic, parking congestion during events, and the disruption of wildlife that residents see daily. I'm also concerned about the property values, whether homeowners who are most impacted are being asked to absorb long-term losses without meaningful mitigation. Finally, I want to address the issue of height. The proposed dome appears to exceed the city's 40-foot height restriction. I respectfully ask why an exception is being considered and whether approving it sets a precedent that weakens the protection of neighborhoods and future development. I'm not asking the city to abandon the project. I'm asking for fairness, thoughtful placement, and consideration of alternatives that better balance community benefit with neighborhood impact. Thank you for your time listening to me.
Thank you. Rick Mitchell.
Mr. Mayor, councilmen and women, thanks for having me. I appreciate the time here. Unlike some of the people who have talked, I'm a transient. Okay, I moved here about 12 years ago. Quick story on my background because I think it gives a little bit of cred to what I'm about to say. I've traveled the world a lot, multiple places. I've served as an aviator for 27 years of my life, both in the military and the commercial world. So what does that really mean to you? I see a lot of cities. I see a lot of places, the good, bad, and the ugly around the world from every region you can imagine. There's a reason we live here in Lee Summit, though. And there's a reason that what she said, the population here has skyrocketed. It's because it's a phenomenal community. And a lot of that is due to you, and some of you have grown up here, and some of you have moved here, but it's a great place to live and be at. Back to this dome, though. Why am I fully in support of this dome? Because this is what makes this city great. All right, I've got kids, 3 little kids. One of them was here earlier, had to go home, go to school tomorrow. But the reality is, these kids are the future, and we love being here to support them. But in a macro sense, it's about the community. And there's no way that this is not an economic benefit. You know, keeps Lee Summit at the forefront of development and in the macro sense of what benefits all, that this doesn't do that. I don't see any way, shape, or form why this can't be approved, and I think that it unequivocally should be passed. Just to make sure I get everything said what I thought I would say, but I usually just go off the cuff like I just did. Economic sovereignty, people have talked about it. Keep your money here. Don't go over there and spend it. Makes a lot of sense to me. You've heard enough of that. I think this is calculated growth, all right? Aesthetics, any changes in the world, there's an aesthetic change. I'm also a landowner of 80 open acres. I love it, but I also understand that as population grows, because people want to live there, I have to accept the fact that sometimes there's a greater good that's going to happen, all right? And there's usually a value that's paid to that. And lastly, I want to talk about stagnation versus innovation. Communities that die don't innovate, they don't change, they don't grow, they don't develop futures. So I'm asking you all to choose innovation versus stagnation. We're not really asking a lot based off the outstanding briefings we've heard tonight, and I really just can't find any reason why we shouldn't push this through. So I humbly ask that as a transit, but 12-year resident at this point, but likely lifelong resident, that we go ahead and push this thing through and see it to the end. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Giddings.
Hi, Debbie Giddings. First, I started researching this clear back in March a year ago for this council session. If I'm not mistaken, and he can say no or yay, I think Mr. Schlitz developed the church or was involved with the church in some way. Therefore, he knew the covenants and deeds of the church, and right now he has come back with a dome literally 1 inch below what the covenants call for from that church. Sure, the church wrote you, they're getting a parking lot out of it. Also, how the kid's going to run back and forth across the street? I've had young kids, they'll do it. His main reason for coming here, he said he wanted to have indoor FIFA tournaments. That was the first time with the 80-foot dome. Okay, he shrunk it, could still have 80-foot, could still have 11 by 11. And now he's saying he can't have 11 by 11 soccer. So which is it? Is he willing to sacrifice all those tournament dollars for 11 by 11 just for the dome? And why wasn't this dome presented at the very beginning? I don't buy the fact that they just found out about it. I think it was a strategic move to make you and the Planning Commission make a decision that will be on record. I don't know how many of those letters that they got were actually signed by the persons who wrote them, because they were not all notarized. The lighting also, there's going to be lighting in the dome, but there'll also be lighting outside, because you'll have to have a safe way to walk to the dome, unless it's all going to come from the building. And if that's so, it's going to be shining towards the dome, and you'll have outside, plus you'll have all the lighting that's going to come through the dome structure itself. So decreasing lighting, I don't think that's going to happen. I guess my last comment is going to be, I hate for an inflatable dome to be this council's last public hearing decision for the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Lawrence Olas.
Yeah. My name is Lawrence Close, 509 Northwest Edgewood Trail, Lee Summit. I'm urging you to deny this application. The Planning Commission has unanimously denied it twice. Why? The height, scale, and type of construction of this massive structure is not compatible with surrounding properties, particularly residential. This picture that I have up is St. Luke's Hospital. You all are familiar with it. The dashed line at 40 feet, that's the approved zoning for the area. You can see what a home is a little bit lower. 60 feet is the higher line, and that's the size of the dome. So you can see it is substantial. It's 50% over the zoning limit. So it's an extreme, and considering that's at such a massive scale as a soccer field, it is material. The second picture is actually a smaller dome from the manufacturer's website. The foot is smaller by about 10,000 square feet. So this is what you will see. Imagine our homes or your home just beyond the tree line at the top of the picture where the arrow is. The visual impact is obvious. It dominates the landscape. It cannot be changed. And keep in mind, there's no leaves on those trees. They're bare. They have showed you renderings designed to show you what you don't see, but renderings often do not convey real-world scale and domination of a structure and can understate the visual impact. We rely on enforcement of zoning code to provide orderly, intended, and predictable development next to residential property to protect neighborhood character, values, and quality of life. In short, to protect from developer excess. This property was rezoned just a year ago to allow the sports complex, as then presented, which includes indoor and outdoor regulation soccer field. Soccer will be played. They don't want a change in zoning, they just don't want to comply with the current zoning, and they're asking you for an exception. To me, it's the same thing. This enormous add-on request is a blatant example of project creep, where developers hope add-ons can be pushed through. This one is immense. And they've stated in prior planning commissions and at neighborhood meetings, the project without the dome is financially successful by their projections. This is an add-on. It's kind of why not, we've got what we want, why not ask for more? Average citizens and small property owners rely on you to ensure restrictions are consistently enforced and not promptly waived to the benefit of developers' excess and detriment of residents.
Mr. Claus, thank you.
Yes.
Your time's up, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. CL Beach.
I need to use this again. Is it back on? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let me. Yeah. My name is CL Beach. I live at 520 Northwest Edgewood Trail in the Edgewood Addition. And what I would like to present is some of the information on the characteristics comparison. We've talked a lot about the size of the dome. And just this is a table I gave you all in your handout. As you can see, the width of it is about 35% greater than a football field. And if you do consider the end zones, it's about the same length as a football field. However, it's also about a 4.5-story building, which we've talked about. Square footage would be about 30% greater if you consider the end zones of a football field. It's 30% taller than the existing building they will be building, and about equivalent to two-story homes. And we mentioned the 747. Well, 747 is 196 by 232, and the tail would stick out about 4 feet, but you could probably park it in there. And these numbers are hard to refer, I know, but it's also larger than the Lee Summit City Hall. And I know it's hard to get a perspective, and this building we're in right now is a wonderful complex. This is Lee Summit City Hall, the building we're sitting in. You can see it's 315 feet long, the dome's 350 feet. It's 175 feet wide, the dome's 215. Height is about 36 feet. The dome's, again, about 50% higher than this. If we look at the garage structure, 125 by 230, it's 215 by 350. So you can see the dome is larger than the complex that takes up nearly a city block of this neighborhood, of this downtown. Another reference we can look at is the structure outside that has the glass covering. The peak there is about 40 feet. This is 60, it's about another 50% higher. So if you look at that, you'd have to look up another 50% higher than that, or adding another story to the Lee Summit City Hall. That's a rendering of the parking garage. The parking garage is in gray. The others you can see is in the shaded color. Parking garage would fit right inside the dome, to give an idea of the complexity of what size the dome is. Additionally, a little bit about Edgewood subdivision. I may have to move this around a little bit. This is a picture of Edgewood. You can see there where the soccer field would sit. This is trees that will not exist anymore. What I have circled here, Edgewood has 54 homes. We're not 2,000 homes like Lakewood or somewhere else. We have 54 homes. We have two exits to our neighborhood. One on Ashurst. The other takes us back to Chipman. The circled in red is about 75% of the homes which have to go past this intersection of Ashurst and Edgewood, which one of the renderings that they did show, you'd see the dome every time you entered or exited your neighborhood. If this dome was up 120 days a year and you went to work 1 day a week or 5 days a week and out on the weekend one time, you'd be seeing the dome about 240 to 50 times as you saw it every day coming in and out of your neighborhood. So although you may live over here on the far side of the neighborhood, you may not see it daily, but it affects the entire neighborhood where we live. And I've been there 18 years and in Lee Summit for 40 years, so I've seen it grow also. And I'm a proponent of soccer. My daughters played soccer all the way through high school, and we ran around the country everywhere and playing soccer. So some points to consider.
I'll give you 30 seconds, sir, but
Thank you
we gotta
very
keep
much.
going.
Again, points to consider, again, this is larger than City Hall by those proportions. The majority of the neighborhood would be going through there. Will this set a precedent for Lee Summit having 60-foot domes in your neighborhood? And also ask yourself, would I vote for this as a welcome sign to the entrance to my neighborhood a third of the year? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Scott Edgar.
Okay. Scott Edgar, 512 Northwest Edgewood. Been a civil engineer for 41 years. I've done hundreds of site plans. This is just not a good fit for this particular location. The developer basically talked about the church to the east, forgot about the south, church would be to the north, forgot about the south, forgot about the east. Anyway, the structure, I wanted to look at zoning regulations a minute. So why do you have zoning height limits on structures? So that one structure does not dominate the landscape. Like a 1.72 acre marshmallow, blocking sunset views for the entire winter. Ordinance 118 has already been referred to, and it went from ag to CP2, just like the issue that came up just before us. The CP2 maximum zoning is 40 feet, not 80 feet, not 60 feet, not 54 feet, but any good gambler will ask you for 80 if he wants 50 to begin with. So the negotiation is ask for high and get medium, and you feel like you've won, but you really haven't. But anyway, so looking at the zoning regs, what's CP2? So what are they for? They're for compatibility, such as commercial, residential. Height restrictions ensure that new buildings maintain aesthetic and functional characteristics of the existing area. Environmental infrastructure planning. So there is actually your CP regulation right there. And then here's the rest of it, but I don't have time because my clock's ticking. I want to respect that. Okay, so these are different zoning areas in the city of Lee Summit, and there's heights. So 40 feet, 45, 50, 40, there's only one 75 for, that's higher than that would allow this for planned commercial, I think. So everything else is basically 40 or 50 or less for a few specific things. Considerations of a special use permit. So what do you do for a special use permit consideration? What are you looking at? You're looking at character of the neighborhood, compatibility with adjacent property uses and zoning. You're looking at the extent which the proposed use will negatively impact the aesthetics of the property. You're looking to the extent of the proposed use will injure, appropriate use of, or detrimentally affect neighboring property. This is from your regulations. This is your regulations. Impact of noise pollution or environmental harm, potential negative impact to property owners. Okay, I hear you. Conformance with the UDO and the current city policies, that's also part of why you would approve or disapprove. Recommendation of professional staff. We agree with Planning Commission's denial twice of this thing. And with that, I'll cut it off and thank you very much.
Thank you. Janie Allen? I believe, I'm sorry if I messed that up.
First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. The residents of Edwards subdivision support youth sports. We support investment in our kids. What we do not support is placing a large, high-impact, atypical structure a few hundred feet from residential backyards without appropriate consideration for the people who live there. The proposed inflatable dome is not a minor addition. It represents a clear case of project creep and commercial intensification, less than 1 year after approval of the original 17-acre sports complex. When the city approved the sports complex, it did so based on specific scope, scale, and impact. Residents, staff, and decision makers evaluated traffic, noise, lighting, and visual impact under that defined plan. That approval created an expectation of what would be built, and more importantly, what would not. Now, before the original project has even been constructed, the developer is seeking to significantly expand the intensity of use by adding a nearly 60-foot tall inflatable dome. This fundamentally changes the character of the project in several key ways. A dome allows for year-round use of an outdoor field, which is extended hours of operation, increasing traffic, noise, and activity well beyond what was originally planned. This shifts the project from a seasonal outdoor recreational soccer field to a more intensive, continuous commercial operation without undergoing the level of scrutiny typically required for that level of use. A structure of this size and scale introduces a new visual intrusion and mechanical noise that was not part of the original plan. The residents of our subdivision do not have the financial means to produce independent renderings. Therefore, we ask that the images shown here tonight by the developer be understood that they are conceptual depictions, not necessarily an accurate representation of what will ultimately be seen from various vantage points in the neighborhood. Approving this now effectively allows the developer to incrementally expand the project beyond what was originally approved without a full reevaluation of cumulative impacts. This sets a concerning precedent for future amendments. This is exactly why special use permits are not meant to be open-ended or continuously expanded after approval. If the developer intended to include a large-scale dome for seasonal use within 310 feet or 1/20th of a mile of residential properties, it should have been discussed and evaluated. The priority should be to complete the complex as planned and now allow residents of the Edgewood subdivision time to adjust to the changes that it will bring to our neighborhood. Maintaining the project within its originally approved scope will demonstrate that 3D builders are committed to acting in good faith with the surrounding neighborhood following completion of this project. The majority of Edgewood subdivision residents oppose expanding the original plan for the View High Sports Complex to include a 59-foot, 11-inch inflatable dome. I urge you to vote no on this project. Thank you for listening to our
Thank you. Okay, that's the list of, that I had in my hand. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Please come forward. I'll let you go next. These two fellows will go, and then we can go from there.
Pardon me, I'm old. I have to take off my glasses to read. Brad Allen, I'm part of Edgewood Subdivision. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you not simply in opposition to a temporary 60-foot inflatable dome, but in defense of responsible planning, community trust, and the standards this city has a duty to uphold. At the heart of this proposal is a serious concern that cannot be overlooked: the developer's failure to engage meaningfully with the residents of Edgewood Subdivision. The mayor gave clear direction in December of last year. He stated, "You have to reach out to them, you have to work with them." He emphasized that the developer needed to engage residents directly, address concerns about the project's design and impact, and make a genuine effort to ensure the community felt heard and accommodated. He also made clear that if those efforts were not done, the project should not be brought back before this council. That was not a suggestion. It reflected the real impact this project will have on people's daily lives. What we've seen instead is a complete disregard of this directive by the mayor. A public hearing where every concern is disregarded or dismissed is not what that instruction was. This pattern should concern the council. A developer unwilling to engage in good faith before approval raises serious concerns about how they will operate afterward. If they're not acting as a good neighbor now, there's little reason to expect they will do so in the future. Trust is built through transparency, responsiveness, and respect. When a developer ignores those principles, especially after being directed by the city leadership to uphold them, it raises serious concerns about how this project will be managed going forward. Equally concerning are the qualifications of the engineer responsible for evaluating one of the project's most critical impacts: acoustics. Sound is not a minor detail in a structure of this nature. It directly affects the daily lives, health, and well-being of nearby residents. Yet the individual tasked with assessing this impact does not appear to have the specialized credentials or demonstrated expertise in acoustical engineering that such a responsibility demands. This is not a technicality. It is a matter of due diligence. When decisions have the potential to disrupt entire neighborhoods, the analysis behind those decisions must be conducted by properly qualified professionals. Anything less puts the city at risk of approving a project based on incomplete or unreliable information. This council is not just evaluating a temporary structure. You're deciding whether expert analysis is truly expert and whether community voices genuinely matter in the decisions that affect them. Right now, those standards have not been met. I urge you to pause, require proper acoustical evaluation by a credentialed expert, require the developer to engage in good faith with the neighborhood, and demonstrate real efforts to resolve concerns. Anything less sets a precedent that this council should not accept. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew Elson, 504 Northwest Timber Ridge Trail. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't know how many times I'm going to need to speak in front of you on this project, but I do know how many times you've seen me up here. Tonight is not about whether kids and families deserve places to play. That decision was already made, and importantly, the developer has stated on record at the Planning Commission under oath that they can move forward on under the already approved plan. The developers presented hundreds of signatures tonight from people who want this, lots of speakers. But zoning is not a popularity contest. You're not here to tally a popular vote. You're here to uphold the Unified Development Ordinance. This vote is about one thing, the addition of a dome, and that dome fundamentally changes the relationship to our neighborhood. A 60-foot inflatable structure is not a step up, it's a cliff. A cliff that will sit exactly 100 yards just one football field without end zones from our neighbors' backyards. No amount of landscaping changes that. Article 8 requires buffering to protect adjacent neighborhoods, but let's be realistic. There's no combination of trees, fencing, setbacks, or anything meaningful that screens a 60-foot dome at that distance. If it cannot be effectively buffered, it's not compatible. That's not opinion. That's the standard you're required to apply. And importantly, nothing meaningful has changed since the last time this came before you. Yes, the height was reduced from 66 to 59.5 feet, but a structure of that scale doesn't become compatible just because it's 6 feet shorter. The Planning Commission recognized that then, they recognize it now, they recommended denial both times. You recognized that last time this was before you when it was set back to the Planning Commission. The applicant was told to work with the neighborhood. Instead, opposition has only grown. So the question before you tonight is simple. If it didn't meet your UDO standards then, and nothing meaningful has changed, why would it meet them now? We respectfully ask that you deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Please come forward. Yep.
Hi, I'm Marcus Ryder, resident of Lease Summit. Just wanted to talk a few minutes. Like our first speaker, like many of us in here, we've got children. I spend 2 to 4 days in Kansas, spend every other weekend at the Blue Hawk facility or the Kansas City, Kansas home field facilities, pumping resources into those communities. But honestly, what I wanted to talk about today was I wanted to advocate. We're lucky we have the means to take our kids to those locations in the wintertime especially, but not all families have that. A lot of families sit at home, their kids sit at home on the weekends during the wintertime. They don't have the resources to do that. And when I look at this project, I'm in the construction industry, and what I've learned from my time there is no project makes everybody happy, right? Does this project serve the community? I think it does. It might not serve the subdivision nearby, but the overall community, the kids in this community, I think it's nothing but great for that. So I'm in full support of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Teresa Vollenweider, 5201 Northeast Maybrook Road. Matthew Schlish talked about the evergreen trees. There's probably one evergreen or maybe 2 that are native to Missouri. One of those is cedar. It doesn't grow quite as fast as like a green giant arborvitae. Those are not native to Missouri, but I have planted many of them and I know how fast they grow. It's about 1.47 feet per year. If you want those to reach 45 feet and help those folks in the neighborhood not see that, it would take 31 years. They'll all be gone. Who will police monitor that dome and make sure it's taken down? Will that chore be placed on the neighbors, the residents? With the baseball field around me, it was me. I was the one. How many times, Councilmember Lopez, did I text you and say, they're in uniforms and they're out there playing? And nothing was ever done. It's still happening. Will the neighbors, the residents, if they are the ones monitoring, be chided by others for doing it? She's the hall monitor. She's the police. She has to take time and date stamped videos and pictures, and she'll have to be the one to go to court to testify against it. So those residents will be the ones that have to do that. They may not know that yet, but I do. It should not be Matthew Schlish or his company to choose a professional land surveyor to measure whether or not that meets what they say it's going to meet. I can speak from experience on that. It should be someone that does not count on their bread and butter from Jackson County. You'll have to hire a professional land surveyor from outside Jackson County to do that, so those residents can have faith in that measurement.
Blake Wood, local resident. I'll be a little kinder. Thanks for having me and for having us. I'm a former resident, and I see a lot of my friends that I lived in the neighborhood at Edgewood. I now live in Winterset, and I own the property at 107 View High. We were here 10 years ago, and all of my friends and myself were here for a church that was going to be the devil. It was going to be the worst thing. The structure was too big. Everything that you're hearing about this right now was everything the church was going to be. While we lived there, that neighbor of the church was amazing. It turned out they were the best neighbor we could have had. I would like to say that these guys over here on the right and all of the families in Lee Summit, we're not going to be this terrible group that's coming over there to wreak havoc on the neighborhood that I once lived in. And I understand that they love their privacy and why they do over in Edgewood. It's amazing. But we're looking forward and not backwards anymore, and we're trying to push this forward where we're going to have the ability to have kids in our families, and many, many years after these residents are gone, there's going to still be the ability for other kids to move forward and look forward. And I think that's what we need to look into rather than just their lives right now in this 5 to 10 year period, because that church was so bad, but now it's okay. This is going to be so bad. Let's remember, this isn't going to be a 365-day dome that's going to be there. It's going to be 90 days or maybe less, whatever the exact time frame was. So I just wanted to say we're trying to look forward. We're looking forward to having good times and getting to know the community and all of these other Edgewood people that are great people, but understand that there's good opportunities out there. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jessica Ham. My husband Danny and I live at 536 Northwest Edgewood Trail. We live right next to what is going to be the water basin or the retention pond, and our house is arguably the most affected by what will probably be loss of trees and pretty open to the backyard. So currently there's no trees, or there's no leaves on the trees, and you can see straight through those trees and almost to cars that are coming in right off of View High directly. That's how far visibility goes. The renderings that the development company put up show right now what the dome will look like with trees there, but that's only the 3D renderings. When you look at the 2D renderings, it looks like all of those trees are being removed or taken out. We have 4 children. We have a daughter that's a junior at Lee Summit High School. We have 2 boys that are 8th and 7th grade at Pleasantly, and we have a kindergartner at Cedar Creek. This is something that is under our understanding, as Councilman Funk reiterated earlier, has already been approved. So nobody's driving to Kansas for soccer anymore because this has been approved. It's not removing anybody's ability for their kids to enjoy soccer in Lee Summit. We have 10 FIFA regulated soccer fields a mile down the road at Paragon Star. I work in Lenexa, Kansas. 3 of my colleagues drive to Paragon Star every weekend for Kansas soccer on the Missouri side. So all of those issues have already been addressed and will continue to be addressed. We're not asking for soccer families to drive to Kansas. We're asking for there not to be a dome when we step out on our back porch. The back of our house is like many other Lee Summit homes, lots of very large windows, and we're quite devastated by this project in general, but especially once we heard that this dome was going up. There's going to be a lot of traffic through the neighborhood, which concerns us with the age of our kids and what's going on. And though we appreciate the developer and his invitation that they're available to speak with us and to communicate with us, we have found the developer that lives in our neighborhood to be quite hostile towards the neighbors, the families, and even some of the neighbors' children. And so our experience has not been open conversation and kindness that we're receiving. We feel that we're being strong-armed and bullied by the neighbor developer that lives in our community currently. We are asking that you guys say no to this dome. And as has been testified by the developer, that isn't affecting the project in any way going forward. So again, I think that we don't have to worry about soccer being removed out of Missouri. Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nate Kemna, resident of Lee Summit. I live in Winterset. I just wanted to remind you guys that this is just a 14 or 15 week bubble for the dome. And I've seen a lot of media that Lee Summit is trying to position itself as the soccer city ahead of the World Cup. And I'd like for you guys to remember that. The $50,000 or whatever for the events at across the street. So as a soccer dad that does drive to Kansas a lot, I would like for you guys to put your money where your mouth is and show the state and show the world that Lee Summit is a soccer city. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Brad Weathers. Thank you for giving me the time today. I'd be remiss on listening as others are presenting. I come today without any prepared remarks, but I just wanted to really speak from the heart. And have a confession. I'm not from Lee Summit. I'm not from Missouri. I'm from Kansas. And so I bring that up because I moved here about 20 years ago. And I have seen the city expand exponentially, buttressed everything. And again, I'm just speaking from the heart here, no prepared remarks, but I would advocate for this project to go forward. This is something that is greatly needed. I myself have drove my kids back and forth across the state lines all over the country, and the indoor facility to me is a game changer. So again, I'd just be remiss if I didn't say I'm a proponent of it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I don't know what I'm doing up here. Justin Culpepper, resident of Lee Summit in Greenwood, with 2 daughters in competitive sports here in Missouri. I'm not here to convince the members of the neighborhood to support adding a dome to this project. I'm just here to encourage you all to vote for this variance. A requirement to engage the neighborhood does not require that the neighborhood approve of the project. I'm sure you all see that many times when improving development projects in the city. Not everybody agrees with them. So let's not hold back an amazing opportunity because of the pushback from one neighborhood. I'll give you a story. This past weekend, we took 2 trips to Overland Park for soccer games. We spent several $100s in Overland Park. After the game on Saturday, we ate at a local restaurant over there, and then we spent money at Home Goods in Overland Park. If our games were here, we would have spent money at the Home Goods that is just down the street in our community. But because we were over there, it just made sense for us to stay there and spend money there. During the period that this dome would be up, my family would have made at least 60 trips to Overland Park and would have spent thousands of dollars patronizing their businesses and not ours. Given that soccer has become a year-round sport, this dome would allow fewer cancellations and would allow our kids and youth the opportunity to continue growing their soccer skills. Currently, right now, we are going to Home Field in Olathe. We also go to Prestige in Overland Park to do our indoor soccer training. I think this is a great opportunity to allow our kids to train on this side of the state line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Casey Brownsberger. I'm also a Lease Summit resident. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I'm here to strongly support the Valley View Sports Entertainment Complex and the proposal to build a temporary soccer dome over the fields during the winter months. And I also want to share that I'm not just speaking for myself tonight. I'm representing many voices who support this project but couldn't be here because their kids are at soccer practice. Many of them, like you heard, we cross state lines. It's so much. It just speaks volumes about the need that we have, that we need right here. Right now, families like mine are driving to Kansas 3, 4, 5+ times a week just so our kids can practice and play. And I know we have Paragon here, which has been astronomical. It has really changed life and convenience. So thank you so much for that. But in the winter, it's even more frequent that we have to travel state line because there are very, very few facilities over here. When we go, we're not just taking our kids, we're taking our time, our energy, and like you hear, money across lines. That business could be here, and it should stay right here. We have a fabulous city. This project is more than just sports. It's about investing in our community, a facility that keeps kids active, engaged, and connected. It gives them a place to grow and stay healthy and be a part of something positive, especially during the long winter months when options are very limited. It also puts Lee's Summit on the map in a huge way. We are part of Kansas City, a nationally recognized soccer community. What an incredible opportunity to lean into that identity and lead on the Missouri side. This is a chance for us to be forward-thinking, to meet the needs of our families, and to build something we've been lacking for years. I understand there's a concern from the neighbors, and those concerns do matter. But I also think it's fair to ask, if not this, then what? What would go in that space instead? Would it bring the same value to families, to kids, and our local economy? You worry about depreciating your home value. Well, I'm here to say I would love to buy your house and be closer and convenient. Another thing, the lights are worse. The lights would be worse than if there was not a dome there. The dome shields the light and the light traffic, so it's a good thing to have the dome. For many of us, this isn't just a convenience, it's something we've been wishing for. I can honestly say there have been times I've considered moving to Kansas simply because of the access to facilities and opportunities for our kids. That shouldn't be the case. Now we finally have an opportunity to create something right here, a space that serves our families, supports our athletes, and strengthens our community. This is a blessing, it's a smart investment, and it's a chance for Lease Summit to continue to lead. Thanks for your vote.
Thank you. All right, she's next, though.
Oh, okay. My bad. You sure? Hello, my name is Nicholas Allen. I live at 507 Northwest Timber Ridge Trail. I would like to say that many people who are supporting this complex have had kids that are like soccer or play soccer. I'm worried that this council meeting is leading more towards people who like soccer than talking about the actual dome, inflicting visual harm on this neighborhood. I encourage you to please vote no to this dome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That was worth waiting for. Cheryl Faley, 605 Northwest Timber Ridge Trail. I spoke the last time we got together for this meeting about this situation. And I remember that several of you said, I'm glad that's not in my backyard. Think about that. It's going to be in my backyard, or actually my front yard. I also wanted to say that there are several questions I've got that I have not received answers to. Where's the fan going that's going to inflate this thing? They don't know. How many trees are actually going to be taken down? They don't know. How tall are the lights going to be? And there will be lights outside because you've got a parking lot. They don't know. I think it's a very good thing to know these things before you plan on doing them. Because if you don't have that in place now, what are they going to do? Whatever they want to do. And as smart businessmen, they're going to do whatever's the cheapest. And that's the way things go. I'm sorry, but that's how business works, and I'm okay with that. But we want to make sure that it's done correctly, and we don't want this giant blister in our backyard that we have to look at every day for only 3 months maybe, but it's 3 months that it is very visible. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Bridget Langle. I live at 613 Timberridge Trail in Edgewood. I am a mom of 2 soccer kids. My daughter played national soccer, drove all over Kansas, all over the country for her. Putting a dome on this one soccer field is not going to make or break people coming to Lease Summit. Or if I was a developer, I'd be building an indoor facility after hearing all of the support you would get from this community for an indoor soccer building. But this one dome is going to impact us, and it's ugly. It's ugly. I went to the dome in Roland Park. It's ugly. That dome will look ugly, and it's in our neighborhood. Please don't think that by not putting the dome on this complex, which I'm excited for this complex. I support this complex. I think it's great for a Lease Summit, but putting a dome over it is not going to break us being a forward-looking community for the sports world of soccer. It's not. It's not going to break. This is going to be a successful facility. This dome will impact us negatively in our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Who else?
Good evening. I'm Kevin Roberts. I live at 612 Northwest Cliffside Court in Edgewood. I'm here tonight to ask you all please to listen to the Planning Commission and deny this addition of a dome. One of the things that has popped out tonight during the discussions is the developer has actually contradicted himself tonight in his discussion. He mentioned that the dome that's being proposed is 100% opaque, no light will come out of it. But in the presentation he presented on screen actually shows that there will be skylights that will help mediate the snow that will be going onto the top of the roof. So I wonder which it is. If he's telling you one thing but showing something else, what truly is it? There's many, many things that we need to think about, but one of the things that's most important is listening to the Planning Commission. They're there for a reason. They have unanimously declined this twice, and it's extremely important that we adhere to our Planning Commission's advice as we move forward as a city. I'm pro-development. I'm pro-sports. I love everything about bringing new money to Lease Summit. As Bridget just mentioned, this one dome is not going to make or break the city. If we want to do a dome somewhere, it should not be next to a residential neighborhood, especially a very nice secluded neighborhood that we have currently. As one of my neighbors just mentioned, their backyard looks upon this, many of them do, and it's going to be an eyesore for them, and good luck trying to sell that home in the future. It's going to destroy their property value and the resale value. The one lady, if she wants to buy it, I'm sure they would be welcome to have her come in and give them an offer. I want to make sure to mention that we are not anti-development as a neighborhood, but we do have concerns. We are pro-planning, and the concerns of the planning committee were those concerns that we want to make sure are there. And we're very pro-Lease Summit as well. The approving request, despite those concerns, risk weakening confidence in the development process and upholding the Planning Commission's recommendation reinforces that Lease Summit welcomes development, but expects it to be done with standards that protect both residents and long-term quality of life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? All right. Okay, then I'll go back to council and ask,
Did I get in? I think I got in. I started to step, but I was holding kids. Sorry.
if you want to speak, please be ready when this gentleman gets done.
So, Curtis Walls, council, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to everybody. You do not have an easy job, and we all get that. As far as the dome goes, I look at all the renderings that they spent a ton of money on. And if I'm looking out my back window, which I may be buying one of these houses to do, I see clouds and a dome. But the dome mixes in with the clouds. It's not unappealing. If I also look out my back window, I think about myself, who sits outside of my home almost every night. But the times that I don't do that are the 4 months that we're talking about this being up. Because it's cold in Missouri, and we're not going to be out there for the visually unappealing, as they say. Which, in my opinion, it's not visually unappealing. So we're talking about 44 to 50 people. When you also heard there's 106,000 people, and you have signatures, one of mine which is verified if you'd like to see, they come from over 600 people so far in support of the dome for the short term that it's going to be up. Your planning committee, as they said, has actually come back and stated that they're in lieu of it now. They said, hey, if you do these things, Councilmember Funk, you asked that they would bring jobs to our community, and they said yes. And they said they've already voted to do that. So if you look at those items, that's a big piece. Yeah, do I spend time taking my kids to Kansas? Absolutely. Am I getting ready to take my daughter to Round Rock, Texas to play soccer? Yes. That level of tournament that we're going to would actually be coming to Lease Summit, but we have to go to Austin, Texas to play that. And the dome allows these things to happen during the winter. I tried to stay quiet during their part, but they're not doing it for mine. So, again, quality of life for local soccer families. Guys, it's quality of life during the winter for local families. One thing that I noted here as we went back to the very beginning, and I thought that this was interesting, and I really loved how you said it. Mayor Baird, you said if it's good for Lease Summit and one of the things that you voted for, then it's good for everybody. This is good for Lease Summit. It's good for families, and it's good for the dollars, as Justin said, the thousands of dollars that I spend every winter taking my kids out of our community. I don't want to do that. I'd like them to eat at my table from local restaurants here in Lease Summit. So as a couple people have said, I implore you, I just simply ask, vote yes for the dome. It's a temporary structure. It's not negative for our community. If their home values go down, I'll put in a bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak? Okay, then I'm going to go back to council and ask from council, are there any additional questions from the council? Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard someone mention why a dome versus a permanent structure or a building around this. Could you guys address that?
Yeah, so part of the appeal of the original project to have an outdoor field and an indoor field. And then the purpose of the dome was it closed in that period of time for the 17 weeks that weather gets a little more uncontrollable. As we stated in the previous time we were in front of you, the soccer clubs are still going to use that outdoor field wood if the dome is not there for everything 32 degrees and above. And so what that dome does is it starts to create certainty of having two fields to use during that time when the weather is worse. But the idea is that they want the opportunity to have an outdoor field and an indoor field at the same facility for training for different operations or different games, different pieces of it.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Beebe, you want to come up?
I just wanted to add one thing to what he said, and that's the cost for indoor turf space versus outdoor turf space is about a 900% difference. So the soccer clubs want to be outside as much as they can because it is expensive to be inside. But they're willing to pay that for the predictability of having the climate control, but they want to have both because in order to keep costs down for their members and for the families, They have to be outside as much as they can. But for the benefit of the youth and the development, they need to be able to practice year-round in order to stay competitive with the other organizations and other municipalities that have these amenities available.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shields?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this has sort of been alluded to, but I wanted to kind of clarify. So as approved, the neighborhood, if they looked at, they would see the soccer building because there would be a permanent year-round structure. And the dome would kind of block that. But I guess I'm just trying to get a feel for, like, we saw a bunch of renderings of what the dome would look like, but if the dome wasn't there, they would still be looking at the building. Is that right? Or
Yes.
what's the difference in visual impact? Do you have anything that shows that? Because I know the building's is a little bit shorter, right?
I believe the applicant has that.
Okay. I just kind of want to get a feel for, like, I hear that objection and, like, what's the difference between what's currently approved and what is being proposed tonight?
Find you the right one in here.
Excuse me.
I think I have it, this one. So visually speaking, that would be, we take the trees out of that side of it, but that would be the dome. That's the building.
Okay, so
So
it's
that's the difference in comparison.
it's taller, but it's still, you're going to be looking at a
Yeah,
developed
generally it's
commercial
about
site,
10
yeah.
feet taller, but you're still lengthwise, it's the same length.
Uh-huh.
You know, massing wise, it's generally the same massing. The dome in this picture is, 100 feet closer than
Right.
what the building is. So that's a little bit of the representation on that side. But yeah, generally speaking, it's similar.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful, appreciate it. That's all I had, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor?
Sorry, I did think of another question. Somebody had mentioned you guys were removing some of the trees that were used in the 3D renderings as a buffer. Are they getting removed or are they remaining?
No, they're remaining, and I think what they're alluding to is the question that was asked at one of the neighborhood meetings. Now I've got my pieces. The question was specifically how many trees were going to be removed. And my statement was, I can't specifically say this tree and that tree yet. We've provided a representation that is this hatched area in here based on the grading and the plan of what would and wouldn't be removed. No additional trees are being removed or what the plan is, but the question that was asked at the neighborhood meeting was exactly how many trees from the mass are gone. And I said, I can't exactly give you that, but I can certainly show you the representation of area that will remain. And then the areas where we did have it narrowing up, we added additional landscaping back in to regrow any of that vegetation that would have been lost. But there's a massing of trees that's out kind of through the vegetated detention basin in that area that would be removed. But we're going to leave as many of those existing natural vegetation on the south side of the site and the east side of the site as possible. And this representation is a conservative estimate of what will be left.
Thank you. And are you guys using the evergreens that you're putting in? Are they going to be small ones? Do you know about what size those are going to be?
So we are going to do our best. So your code requires that they're 6 to 8 feet in height. There is a limitation on transplanting larger trees and the survivability of those trees. We've committed that we will find the fastest, most durable tree that we can get in there and the largest tree that we can get in there from a safe standpoint to keep everything alive and keep it going. And then the same way as something starts to not live or doesn't thrive, then we will be replacing and making sure that that vegetated barrier is created as illustrated.
And then this actually wasn't brought up, but is that a retention pond or detention pond?
It is
'Cause
a
I now know.
detention, so it'll go
Oh,
dry.
Okay, yeah, okay. That's all that I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk?
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, don't run off. Real quick, I know you touched on it earlier, but there were several comments from the residents about noise pollution and lights. Can you just touch on that? The only noise when this dome is up is going to be, I think you said 60 decibels from...
Right, so the dome will operate utilizing air handling units.
Yeah.
And those are commercial air handling units, the same as you have on City Hall or any commercial building. those are restricted by code to 60 decibels by the manufacturer. So those will be present on site. They will run to air to supply the air to the dome. But because of the distance from the property line, that calculated decibel level is negligible by the time you get to the property line, likely not even heard from the neighbors from that side. And then the light pollution conversation, we've had this discussion with the neighbors as well. There will be parking lot light. That's approved as part of the parking lot side of it. But what we're saying we will reduce light is the 60-foot tall field lights that would be illuminated on every day that the field is getting utilized that can operate per UDO code till 10 o'clock at night, every night, would be reduced. They would be all insulated inside of the dome. And the dome does have a skylight, but all light inside the dome is directional downward, so there won't be any light illuminating outward out of the skylight. The skylight is being installed at a cost to the developer to allow for additional heat to get into the dome, that during the winter months when snow loads can be higher, it actually allows heat to get into the dome to heat the exterior of the dome to allow to drift off or remove that snow load off the top. But it will not illuminate. It is 100% opaque.
So will the lights that run the field in the summer months when there's no dome, will they then be covered by the dome, or will there be additional light inside the dome?
Yeah, there'll be additional lights inside the dome. So the field lights are your standard pole-mounted field lights that will remain, will not be turned on when the dome is erected, because there'll be no use to have it on. It would just be illuminating the dome. Inside the dome, then, they simply hang LED lights from the dome facility itself downward. So it's directional light to the field only.
But the decibels that you're thinking are no different than maybe if they were playing outdoors?
It's way less. So as we calculated, playing like of a soccer game is around 90 decibels. So as you know, the Chiefs Stadium gets 144 decibels. We're not expecting that many people or parents out there screaming, yelling. But a standard game of soccer with having 20, 30, 40 people out there playing is expected to get to 90 decibels. So the air handling units is already less than what a normal outdoor field operation would be.
I live next door to Legacy Park, and I love the sound of the games and
Yeah.
cheering and rooting. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lovell.
What does so you had to reduce the size of the dome. Are you still able to get spectators in there?
Yeah, so
Like some
what
bleacher
we've,
seating or?
yeah, so what we've done, and I kind of had some illustrations on this side of it. The original intent was to maintain 11v11, room for spectators on the exterior, room for the coaches and all of the equipment and all the pieces of it. Revision 1 reduced it to where we were getting very close to the edges, so you could still bring your chair, you could sit on the sideline, but you were toes on the sideline.
In the action?
Yeah, so revision 2, what it has done is we are going to not be able to, during the months that the dome is there, play an 11v11 inside of there, but we can still play 9v9. We can do split squads in there. You can do many, many things inside the field, but we've literally limited it now to where when the winter months or the summer months are there, the footing is going to be on the sidelines and the end lines, which allows for 9 months of the year, the field to operate full 11v11 exactly like we need it to. But at a cost to the developer is that now the field during the winter months, the inside dome is going to get restricted out of 11v11, and 9v9 would be the most we could do, which is acceptable because it still provides an opportunity to train, still have tournaments. It just eliminates that upper level 11v11 side.
And then when the dome's down, what does the structure look like? I mean, are there footings that are sticking out, or is it pretty much like?
Yeah, so the structure is set such that the field, the footing is below the field, and then the turf will be applied over top of the footing. But it was imperative to make sure that that system didn't get in the field of play because it stays put, but it certainly would be scary to have that happening on a field of play where a kid could run over top of it. So it's on the sidelines, outside of it. So if you go out there in the summertime, the footings will be completely covered with turf. You wouldn't see them, but they sit there ready for the next season to come when the dome be erected.
And then is that field lit during the summer months or
yes. Yeah, so the field has pole lights that'll be illuminated for all games, and that's what we were saying, the benefit of the winter months when the field lights would have been utilized the most, the dome will eliminate those field light use to nothing.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions for staff or the applicant? Okay. Does the applicant care to make any further comments?
I might make a couple if I could. One comment was brought up about property values. And so we went and found a local realtor, Rob Ellerman, in town, who has done many, many sales. He provided a letter that should be in your packet as well as on the screen, basically alluding to the fact that the field, the intentions, the belief that the property values are going to change significantly or in any way based on a field have not been proven out. And so again, this is a realtor in town that has done many, many projects, many, many different home sales throughout the community, did not have a concern with the location of the field, with the location of that project on that side. The one thing I think that's in there, you heard commentary that as the mayor was directed to us was to go back to the neighbors to work with them and work with planning commission. You heard from the neighbors that that is not what happened. You heard from the neighbors that we disregarded it, I believe is what you said. In 21 years of working in this city, I believe that every one of you have heard from developers and people who have worked with me specifically. Every time we've ever done a project, we've had neighborhood meetings where we've gone out of our way to have communication and discussions. We were not able to reach a resolution that satisfied the neighbors because the resolution the neighbors wanted was remove the dome. But as you see in the process of modifications that we've done, we've modified this dome 3 times. We've lost value to the developer of what could be utilized inside of that dome. At expense to the developer, we've reduced the height of that dome by increasing cost to it. Conversation then came up that the zoning regulations, the special use permit regulations and pieces aren't adhered to. Your staff now recommends the project be approved. We have worked with them. We have worked with the developer. We have worked with the city. We've continued to come forward and try to find a project that meets everyone's desires. The problem is with the neighborhood, the conversations are more related to traffic or noise or lights. And when we explain to them that we think we've reduced them or they're not going to impact them, it's not a conversation that they want to have or that they believe what we said. I don't have an answer to say what it is, but I think that my reputation stands on its own that in front of your body and with other developers you've spoken with, I go out of my way to work with developers. I've worked with these community. I've tried my best, and we've done many, many meetings. The pastor of the church is here, and he can contend to the same idea. He sat in every one of those meetings and listened as we tried to work through the process and figure out what was there. We did our best that we could, and we've come back with a project that we think helps the community. It helps this project. Yes. Could this project go forward without the dome as you originally approved it? Sure. But we believe the dome creates an opportunity for this project to succeed beyond what anybody could have believed. We believe this project is something that can put Lee Summit on a map. Does this one dome change that people stop going to Kansas to play soccer? No, but the dome does give the opportunity to have regional tournaments. Collegiate tournaments have been calling these guys saying, can we bring this to your facility with 2 fields? And they said, well, we don't know yet. So as we start to talk about how this project moves forward, it's our opinion the dome takes it to a new level that we didn't expect. So there's been a lot of insinuations that we held this back and didn't. Again, on my reputation on that side of it, we had not thought about this in any way. When the soccer club came to us and said, hey, what do you think? We looked at it and we evaluated it. We called staff. Staff thought, that seems like an interesting use. It's unusual. It's new. I get it. It's something that isn't in this specific community. It is in the nation. It is places that is working unbelievably well, and we believe it'll work here. And then I guess just lastly, the point is this is a special use permit for 5 years. And as Commissioner Hodges asked, or Councilmember Hodges asked, what happens if we believe enough, the developer believes enough to put the funding together to put this project in the ground and in 5 years stand in front of whatever council and whatever mayor here and say, we believe we're right. We will continue to work with the neighbors. We will continue to have conversations with them if they want to have them. We'll work together on that side. The commentary of the neighbors and one of the developers who lives there not getting along, that's a difficult situation I don't want to join into, but you have a neighbor who lives in a development where there's a number of the neighbors that don't want the project, so certainly that could happen. But I believe we can stand here 5 years from now and have a renewal, and whatever commission and our council is here and the mayor that is here, I believe they'll think that you did a right job to get something in the community. So with that, I think I've answered all the questions I wrote down, unless you guys have anything else on there that you want to ask.
Okay, thank you. No, public comment is over. Okay, I'm going to move on, then I'm going to close this public hearing and open the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess first I want to say thank you to everybody who came tonight and engaged in the process in any way. I've gotten more communication on this project, both positive and negative, than I think I've gotten on almost anything on my time in council. And honestly, I've never seen this level of positive comments on any project. Mostly if people like a project, they're just like, oh, that's nice, and then they don't say anything. They don't show up at public meetings, they don't send me emails, they're busy, they're taking their kids to soccer practice, and they don't bother to reach out. So it's been an interesting experience to have that level of community support for a project. And, you know, the last time this came before us, something that I said was that, you know, we've been trying really hard to position ourselves as a youth sports destination, between what we do out at Legacy, between what we've approved at Paragon Star, the new field house. We're doing a lot to cultivate that. I still have some skepticism about the long-term viability of that sector, but it is something that we have chosen as a city to invest in. And given that we're doing that, I don't want to throw up unnecessary roadblocks to success. I look at a project like this where we've already approved the use. We've already said that we are good with soccer fields, we're good with the parking, we're good with the traffic, we're good with the noise. We've already weighed all those benefits and said that the benefit to the community for all of that for this facility outweighs the harm. And so now it's just a question of whether we allow this modification for the dome. And I've heard the frustration of, like, why didn't this come to us before is one thing in the original package. But I do think it's a normal part of a development process that there are changes, there are challenges, there are opportunities. And I would rather see someone come with iterative changes and try to make a project better than just say, well, we got approval and that's it. We build this or we build nothing. And I respect that they're not asking for more incentives, that they've hit some kind of, maybe some challenges. It's hard to tell, honestly, if it's all challenges or all opportunities, but they're not coming and asking for a bigger incentive. They're just asking for a variance to allow a little bit of extra height and 5 years to prove themselves. And I think that's a reasonable request to me. I appreciate that this has come back after it seems like the developer team has listened to the concerns that were presented at Planning Commission, at Council, and by the neighbors, and done their best to address them. I understand that they're not making the neighbors 100% happy, at least not all of the neighbors. There were a few in support, but they've tried to mitigate the height. They've added additional screening. They've done everything they can to address those issues. I appreciated the points about the fact that especially during the months when you would need lights out there the longest because it's dark earlier and when you have the least amount of leaves on the trees, so you're getting more noise and more light, that it's actually going to reduce the light pollution and the noise pollution to those neighboring houses. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And then I think about kind of how I look at these projects is that we're always balancing the benefit to the broader community against maybe some localized challenges. And I just look at this and I see a lot of benefits to the community. We've talked again and again and again on this dais about we need more family-friendly activities. And this is one more incremental step in that direction. I've heard from a ton of families who are tired of driving all over the place and would rather live, work, play in Lee Summit. And I think it would benefit them. I think it would benefit our economy when those dollars aren't going to Kansas every weekend, they're staying here. But yeah, first and foremost, it benefits those families that have less time in the car, more time with their kids, and, you know, grandparents that don't have to stand outside in 32-degree weather, because that's warm enough to play, but it is not warm enough to stand outside for 2 hours. So I would support this. I understand that there's been a lot of discussion, that there's a lot of feelings on both sides, but I just think that the benefit to the larger community outweighs some of the localized cost. And I do think that the developers worked hard to mitigate those localized issues. So I would be in support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hodges.
Thank you. I don't want to repeat too much of what Councilmember Shields said, but I agree with a lot of what she said. And I too thank you for everybody that came and spoke for and against. This has to be the biggest crowd that we've ever seen, and I love to see it because it shows community engagement, and we don't get that a lot. So thank you for taking the time to stay and speak. You know, I will admit I was 50-50 on this coming into this. There was a lot of pros and cons, but after hearing more and just kind of digging a little deeper, you know, I would agree with the statement that Councilmember Shields said, you know, where the community benefit, it does outweigh the negative. And I do feel for the neighborhood. However, when I think of, okay, to one of the commenters' points, you do have to think, okay, if not that, then what? I mean, you know, we get lots of complaints about people complaining about the apartments. I mean, there could be, if not the soccer, you could be looking at apartments instead of this. And you could be, and not to say that's what it could be a gas station, it could be offices, it could be a number of things. That's just the reality. But then I think about the community impact it has, and it's pretty broad. You know, I mean, I've said it from the very beginning of this project, on a personal note, that, you know, we were a soccer family. All 3 kids were in competitive soccer. And we also were going to Kansas. And, you know, we even made the decision to pull from competitive because we're having to move and go to Merriam, Kansas all the time. And the time that takes away from family dinners, homework for the kids, it didn't make sense. So we had to alter that part of our life to say it's not worth it. But at what impact? So I feel like it's worth doing this, like Councilmember Shields said. You know, we always claim we want more family activities, more things that are centered around community-minded, and I think this is it. Soccer's huge for this city, and I feel like it's probably going to be for a long time. And, I mean, we see how much it's busting at the seams at Legacy. You can hardly get in the parking lot. So I do feel like, you know, for the fact that it's about kids and families, and we want to support that as a council, and I feel like as just a community in general, I'm in support of this. And I do appreciate the fact that I do feel like the developers did work with the neighborhood. You know, they went down twice. I understand it's not getting rid of the dome, but compromise from their side does show a lot. So I am in support of this, so thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the comment that was made by one of the presenters, acknowledging how we have the tough decision, we have the tough job up here. And that's what you all elect us to do, is to make these tough decisions. And this particular project, this specific project, was a unanimous approval last time when they first came into us. It was close. Oh, okay, 1. Majority. The point is that I think the benefits and the positive aspects of what this brings to our community, I think there's a consensus that what's the best solution here for our families and our children. And I think there's the economic part of it as well, I get that. But just sticking to families, like many of us up here, many of us have, the mayor and I have older kids, but we were involved just like some of the other colleagues up here, taking our kids, and like many of you, driving our kids all over the place. And we always said, we wish we had a facility like this. We always said that, we dreamt of it. And we have that opportunity now. And it's already been repeated. I don't want to repeat everything that's been said already. I agree with most of the comments that have already been said. Thank you guys. It's the people, the residents, the people that are pro and against it. You all have made really good cases, and we respect every one of your opinions. I want to make sure you all know that. And no matter what, one group is going to leave unhappy, and the other one's going to leave pleased. And that's why you all have us up here and you vote for us to make these decisions. At the end of the day, any decision that we make, that I make, will be on what's in the best interest of our community, our entire community, even though they're very tough and difficult decisions. And at the end of the day, our council said we are committed. I think Councilmember Shields stated made that point. We are committed to providing as many recreational and youth, in this case, sports activities, keeping them here in Lee Summit. We have an opportunity in this corridor of U-High with the project that's just north of here, of this location, you have the golf course, and this just continues to follow that theme and that pattern of what even people that were here before us on the dais kind of thought through and as they planned, for this part of the city to be some kind of a recreational and sports type of an area. And so at the end of the day, the things that do give me a little comfort level as far as a developer, as much as they've tried to work with the neighborhood, I know it's not been rosy and positive and 100% to your satisfaction neighborhood, but they've tried. And to me, that's really important. And if we make this decision to move forward with the dome and the special use permit, the things that I think should give you some comfort that in 5 years, if this is not working and they're not fulfilling the obligations that they said they would, then the future council can reconsider this. And that's the fact. So, and also, this dome, the fact that it's seasonal, I think it's something that, again, some of you that live adjacent to this property, you may have to look at this for several months a year, but it's not the full year. And I think they made enough modifications that gives me a comfort level to make sure that we want to make sure this project proceeds and approving the dome with it. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank everybody for coming out, whether you were for or against this development. It's nice to see people come out and have their voices heard. And as one of my colleagues said, we really don't get that a lot. So I appreciate you all coming out. As far as this project in front of us today, I've been a no on this project from the very beginning, and there was nothing in this hearing today that changed my mind to yes, so I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing I will repeat is thank you, everybody, for engaging. This is incredible. This is awesome. This is what the process is all about. My colleagues pretty much summed it up on the majority of everything I wanted to say. I live on the east side of town in Legacy. I love Legacy Park. I love hearing the kids play. Everybody mentioned leaving and going to Kansas. My wife and I built a house 7 years ago in our community to enjoy community and enjoy our swimming pool in the summer, but we actually get the pool to ourselves all summer because we're empty nesters and all the parents leave with their kids and go to Kansas to play soccer. So we got a big pool to ourselves all summer. I think the only thing that I would put into my colleagues is to make sure there is a little bit of discussion on the SUP, that there are stipulations and we're certain of occupancy permits before the dome is built, that there is a timely manner, that I understand construction and things like that, that this project, we're not sitting here a year from now and nothing's happened. That's my biggest concern. We've waited a year and here we are again, but I would be in support of this to move it forward. I would just like to see a few stipulations on the SUP. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have a lot to add. This was it's a very tough vote. There's passionate voices on both sides that have made great points. I think I try to look at every vote on, is that something that I would want in my backyard? Would the noise bother me? And ultimately, I live in downtown and I live in between Lee Summit High School and Lee Summit North, and I hear the sports going on all the time, and it's actually one of my favorite sounds. Every Friday night, we hear football at both Lee Summit North and Lee Summit High School. So I don't know, and you know, we have a lot of higher structures in downtown, and I don't know that it would truly bother me to have it in my backyard. I'm not completely decided how I want to vote yet, but it is a hard vote, and I want everyone to know that I heard all of you guys, and I truly respect all of the opinions that I heard tonight. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lovell?
Thank you, Mayor. So obviously in my district, my soon-to-be short-lived district, drive-by view high, or down view high daily. You know, and my kids play competitive soccer. In fact, I see one of our teammates out here tonight. This isn't going to stop us from going to Kansas, that's for sure. I mean, there's 2 fields here. It will definitely help during the winter months, but we're still driving to Kansas. But that being said, I do think that this kind of corridor has always been envisioned to be something bigger. And at one time, it was the belle of the ball. There was a lot of traffic that came through View High. It was slated for a lot of commercial development, and it really has stalled out over time. I think of uses that could go here, and while at the time when it first came before us, we thought it's odd, but it could potentially be something that unlocks more opportunity and activity on that side of the city. But I'm also I don't think people realize too, the difficulty with development and what we're charged with doing up here is also, we want quality operators. We want quality buildings. We have very, strict UDO and development ordinances and things like that. And so we do pay attention to that stuff. And the idea of putting a dome here was something completely out of what we would ever even imagine, right? I mean, if this dome was down, down further north, I don't think we have the opposition, but it does butt up against the neighborhood. And I would just say that for those that are in support of this, it is definitely a benefit to your kids and your activity, but it's also to be mindful of the people that live there, because we see it all the time. I mean, whether it's an apartment or something else that's going in there, nobody likes anything to go in by them. I mean, it's just how it is. But what I like the 5-year SUP. The developer's going to prove it. I like the fact that it's 3 months a year. That is, not to discount the neighbors there, but I think the impact will be minimal during dreary, cold winter nights, and I don't think that impact will be that significant. So, and I like the idea that, that dome doesn't go unless the building is fully completed and certificate of occupancy and those things. So, I'll be in support of it. It's always a tough decision to do this stuff. Somebody's always unhappy when you go through this, but, I hope it's successful. I think it'll be a good thing for the city and our community and the kids and sports activities. So, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. So as my colleagues have mentioned, this is very hard. It was very, very hard. My heartstrings were going one back and forth, and I heard this side and this side, and it's very difficult. But of course, we're tasked with making the best decision that we can for the whole city of Lee Summit. I am going to support it because we were for the most part, except for one, I guess, we're very excited when the project came to town. That this was going to, set us apart from the other surrounding cities, and the fact that it was going to bring business, it was going to bring family recreation, a lot of things that I thought were going to be positive for Lee Summit. So I'm not going to talk forever, but I'm just going to say that, again, we got a lot of people that spoke out to us, and more than anything, I appreciate that. It's good to hear from our residents and know what they're thinking. And I'm just glad that you guys hung around and spoke. It was very important, and I appreciate it. So, thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Okay, my kids did travel a lot in sports, so went from Florida to California every year, playing baseball and softball and other sports as well, but those are the ones that we had to travel and we had to find good weather, go to places with nicer weather, and we couldn't play in the winter, and when we did play inside, it was horrible. But that sport's different than soccer. Everything about this application are the things that I typically support, just like I did I've already voted for this when we approved the building. I was excited about this. These are the kinds of things I like to bring to Lease Summit. Economic benefits, quality of life was mentioned many times throughout the evening. Quality of life with regard to, not having to. I remember going to 135th and Antioch and being there all weekend long, and I'd much rather be in my community doing that, or having people travel to our community. So these are all the things that I support. I'm not real happy about being put in this situation tonight to vote on this, given the community members that aren't in support for the reasons that it's in your backyard, and that really isn't what I wanted. I wanted to see something worked out, because a lot of times when we push back as council on a developer to work with the neighborhood or the community, we see positive movement. And so in this situation, the positive movement isn't winning very many neighbor people over, but the positive movement went down. It's a lower dome. You can see the couple of revisions on the screen right now still. So revisions went down, smaller, things got smaller. I think that there are things that were questioned tonight, and I do want to support the engineer that said, we've done our best. I have to kind of trust that, and that's really hard, because I can see a lot of unhappiness on the neighbors' faces with regard to that didn't and wasn't happening. So there's certainly a difference of opinion there, and I'm not sure what to think of that. I can see generally there's support on the council to approve this. I can also see, I've not seen this kind of advocacy from a community for a project, and I'm a little confused, because there wasn't this much advocacy when we approved the biggest incentive we've ever given to a developer. So, it's really strange that it's, and I do think that much of this is organic. I understand that some of it is simply getting asked to show support, but people are showing up in support. So, I guess what I would have to say is, I'll take this one more step, and it's a leap of faith, because I would like to see this go forward. I would like to see the positive benefits that we're talking about tonight, and it has challenged this council, because we've questioned what in the world's going on. Why are we dealing with this again when we've already approved it? So with that said, you're going to get a yes out of me, but this is one of the toughest yeses I've had to do. So with that said, I'm going to ask, whose reading is this?
Me.
Councilmember Lovell, would you please read Bill number 26-054?
I move to advance the second reading, Bill number 26-054, an ordinance approving a preliminary development plan for View High Sports Complex on land located at 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive, all in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 33 Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lease Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. A motion to move to second reading, Bill number 26-054 by Councilmember Lovell, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It does pass 8-1, goes to second reading. We're going to have to, we have quite a few public. Oh, yeah. We need to do the next public hearing, and then we'll take a break before public speakers. We're just going to enter into the record, but it might, I do have to go through all the steps, though. All right, so I'm going to close the regular session again, open the public hearing in the matter of agenda item 4E. Special use permit, View High Sports Complex, inflatable soccer dome, 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive. Engineering Solutions, LLC is applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk?
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Schlicht?
Yep, Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. All comments from the previous just forward up, and we're here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Bright? Would you enter into the record enter it in officially, please?
Yeah. So I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 30,
Please enter into the record Exhibit A, 1 through 30.
and also enter into the record all of the evidence and testimony from the previous public hearing.
And please enter into the record the previous testimony in the public hearing. Thank you. Do you have anything else, Ms. Bright? Okay.
I do not. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for staff or the applicant? Is there anyone who wishes to speak from the audience? Any additional questions from council? Does the applicant care to make any further comment?
No,
thank you. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion? Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that we can have a discussion on adding a few things to the SUP. One, I understand the construction timelines and things like that. That they're true and they're making progress, that we're.
Oh, can you speak into your microphone, sir?
That there's a timeline here. If it's 90 to 120 days for the permit, that we get that in the SUP, that in 120 days, they need to be in for permit. The other thing that I'd like to discuss is to ensure from staff that we have, and everybody, all my colleagues are in agreement, that there's no dome until there is a certificate of occupancy for the building. I could take what was said in the public hearing with local contractors. I have faith they'll do their best, and that we ensure the dome is like new every time it's erected. It's not looking like it's been stored in the back of a trailer somewhere. So I would leave it up to my colleagues if they have any comments on that.
I'll put it on the floor, yeah.
Thank you.
For discussion. Thank you. We'll start with Councilmember Shields.
Thanks, Mayor. As far as no operating the dome before they have a certificate of occupancy on the main building, that's fine with me. It sounds like with it being an accessory use, they can't do that anyway. So if there's some additional belt and suspenders provision that we can put in for that, I have no issue with that. As far as the timing goes, from the public hearing, my understanding is that the timing on the SUP starts now with approval, or whenever the final approval is. So is that,
Yes, it's
Okay.
from the date of approval.
Okay, so there is a clock. Like, I feel like they do have a motivation to get it done, because if they don't build it for 2 years, then their special use permit's going to expire 3 years after that, right? So I think, I mean, if there was something reasonable we could put in, that'd be okay, I guess. But like, I feel like they've kind of already, since the clock is starting now, as opposed to when they finished the dome, I sort of feel like they've already got the time pressure. So I don't know what but open to hearing what others think.
Let's bring Mr. Denning, let's get you in this on this one. This one, 120 days is on the floor. It seems a little fast, like, but what are we really doing if we do that? Because I don't want this to come back to council in 6 months because they haven't begun or finished. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're setting ourselves up for a problem.
Yeah.
But I understand what Councilmember Funk wants, and he wants accountability. I get that, and I'm for that.
Yep. I would concur with the applicant in their testimony, right? They've got to bring in their final construction plans and get through all of our reviews, final development plans and things like that, and that does take some time. I don't know where they're at in that process, so I personally am not comfortable putting a timeline to that, not knowing where they're at in the process. It does trigger, right, if they don't meet that, then what happens? So 120 days, from my perspective, might be a little aggressive.
I mean, what the 2-year time frame that's typical.
That's PDP.
PDPs have a 2-year time frame, so there is a time frame, but
That's a 2-year time frame to submit a final development plan. Once a final development plan is applied for and submitted, then that locks you in.
And that hasn't been applied for.
No.
No, not yet.
Okay. So they have another year to apply.
Yes, their previously approved PDP is still valid through April of 2027.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one would be valid 2 years from the date of approval. Or I guess the one that was just approved.
Well, the clock is running.
So did we just start the clock again?
The new PDP that was just approved was for the dome itself. So that clock is started for the dome there.
That'd be 2 years from.
2 years.
2 years for the PDP
Yeah,
for the dome.
Right, but
Yeah.
for the original development, that was a year ago, they have 1 year to submit. They have basically, is that right? A year to
Yes.
submit plans?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else with the incentives? Like, are those ticking, or how does that work?
Mr. Elam, you want to answer, Mr. Denny?
Well, I know that the Chapter 1, the tools have been approved, but the implementation of those tools are yet to be triggered. And if Ryan's turning around, I hit the mark.
Yeah. Okay, so the question is still on the floor. Do you want to shorten the timeline? They've got a year to basically.
Mayor, I would take away the timeline. I think you said what I wanted to say is just, we're doing our part. We need to see them do their part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've gone out on a limb here tonight. And we want this to be a successful development. So we need to see some progress. So I think that's where we're at. Okay. Where are we? Councilmember Lovell? Yes, go ahead. Okay. I think I closed it and did I close the public hearing?
Yeah, we're just
Yeah, we're just discussing. We're just discussing, so. One thing that'll help is to get an update, so I'm guessing there's not going to be another application, so therefore, communicating with staff, Mr. Schlicht and applicants, Mr. Beebe and Wheatley, if you can get the council updates and get the new council members up to date, because we will be transitioning. That'll be an important piece going forward. Mr. Elam, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan Elam, Assistant City Manager. There will be ordinances that will need to occur in order to implement the incentive package associated with this project. So there will be additional council actions that will be a natural place for updates on the project.
Those would be good times to give updates. Okay. All right, Councilmember Shields, would you read bill number 26-055?
Thank you, Mayor. I move for second reading of Bill Number 26-055, an ordinance granting a special use permit for an inflatable dome in District CP2 Plan Community Commercial on land located at 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive for a period of 5 years, all in accordance with Article 6 of the Defined Development Ordinance of the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. I have a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 26-055 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 8-1. And we do have quite a few public commenters, so I'm going to take a break at this point. So we will recess for just a bit.
Ever wondered how the city budget works? The total 2026 budget is over $380 million, which includes funding for daily operations, capital improvements, debt service, internal service, and enterprise operations. For example, the general fund is the foundation for the city's day-to-day services and investments like road maintenance, public safety, and fire protection. The general fund is supported by property taxes, sales taxes generated by local businesses, franchise taxes, and other sources like licenses, permits, and fees. For every dollar citizens pay in property tax, the city receives 18 cents. This means the city receives $845 a year in property taxes for a median single-family house. These taxes provide public safety, park maintenance, infrastructure, and the best services to keep Lee Summit going and improving. One of the community's top priorities is infrastructure investment, which is reflected in the Capital Improvement Plan. $113 million of the 2026 budget is invested into the Capital Improvement Plan. The 2026 Capital Improvement budget includes investments like the 291 and 50 Highway Interchange, 3rd Street, Ward and Purcell's intersection, and Pryor Road. The budget process includes guidance from the City Council, citizen input, and critical success factors from the city's Ignite strategic plan. To learn more about the city's budget, visit cityofls.net/budget.
When the person called on the phone, she said that there was a dinosaur walking down her road. Of course, we had to go out and check that out. We get out there and it was a big African tortoise, probably 60 pounds, walking down the road. When they walk, they really stand up tall, so I could see why she thought it was a dinosaur. I'm Rodney Wagner. I'm the manager of Lee Summit Animal Control. So as you can see, we get all sorts of animals here. You got some guinea pigs off to the side. All the windows up here are animals that are adoptable right now. Every one of these dogs is ready to go and ready for adoption. And the same thing with our cats over here. A lot of cool cats in here now, so this is our 3-acre lot we have out back. This is where we do all the walking of dogs, exercise. We also have a side yard off to the side over there, so we can let them run loose. They can run together, and we have what's called play groups. Kind of like having a bunch of kids. Here's our vet room. We have a vet that comes out twice a week. This is our Sally Port where we bring the animals into. This is one of our animal control trucks, and we can hold up to 6 animals. We have a lift on the other side to put big animals in. We actually have temperature gauges in here and in the truck to tell us how hot it is. Once it gets to a certain temperature, we bring all the animals back here immediately. So this actually has traps in it, but we do a lot of wildlife trapping. I mean, a lot. So bats, potbelly pigs, horses, cows, emus, a lot of reptiles. We had a citizen one time that had over 200 reptiles in his basement. Caimans and alligators in here that are 4 or 5 feet long. You can't keep those. And people do, and they're surprised when they can't keep them. I'm like, really? You're surprised you can't have an alligator in your house? Our main goal here is public safety and also the safety of the animals. And we have very dedicated people back there, and they definitely stay here for the love of the animals, which also includes getting them adopted out. We'll have about 4,000 impounded animals a year. Probably about close to 2,000 are dogs and cats. The cats and dogs, when they get impounded here, they go on a 5-day hold. And then after the 5 days, if the owner doesn't show up, then we can put them up for adoption. To adopt an animal here is actually really simple. You just come in, look for whatever animal you're looking for, find the right pick. You go to the adoption room up there and see if you get along with them. You spend as much time as you want to in there. From that point on, it's just a matter of making sure they're spay or neutered and all their vaccinations up to par and they're good to go. We have a very high adoption rate because we try everything in our power to get animals adopted out. We have Heart of America, a Humane Society that we do a lot of adoptions through. And then we also have other groups. We have some people that literally will just look all over the country for somewhere for a dog to go. And we sent dogs up into South Dakota, North Dakota, Washington State. So it's actually, it's a huge united effort to get all these animals home.
Tarzan's got lots of energy. Hazel's got a weird meow. Belle, she wants nothing to do with the other cats. She'll kind of get her grumpy face going.
And the good thing about the people here is that they get all their friends to get animals too. All of us have probably the limit of all the animals that we can have at home. You know, they are huge animal lovers. If it was up to the people here, we'd have 15 cats running around in here. We had a citizen one time out there and he was bathing his two 9-foot-long boa constrictors in the front yard. Apparently that was garnering some attention, and so we went out there and had to have a talk with him about that. Why do I do this job? Oh, dude, I love this job. I grew up on a farm, and taking care of that many animals, you can't help but like animals. This is just like fancy farming. You know, you're just bringing animals in here, taking care of them, and find them homes, and yeah, absolutely animal lover.
This is the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here. I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you, we see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard. We feel valued, we feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence. I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either a bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914, Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
Like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network, who's close to you. If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Police, how can we help you?
My husband had...
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. You know, say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well then we found a support person and they responded immediately and we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
You can make the difference in somebody else's life.
If you're trying to get into the fire and EMS service, Lease Summit is probably the top name.
On a daily basis, we are tasked with
Bringing this meeting back to order. Just in time for public comments. Looks like we have 9 public comments tonight. We will start with Justin Kolkmeyer.
Hi, Justin Kolkmeyer, 704 Southwest 33rd Street, Lease Summit, Missouri. Speaking about the development at Legacy Ridge at the corner of Ward and Hook Street. There's going to be a development there, I understand that. We love the field behind our house. I live just south of that area, so I back up to the field and the water tower. My request is, I think, a simple one. Part of the proposal is that the detention basins be turned over to the developer and ultimately the HOA. So I know that with all the development going in, the detention basins will have to be modified. The berm that retains water, prevents it from flowing into my neighborhood, will have to be modified. But that after all the modifications are complete, it'll be turned over to the developer rather than the city maintaining ownership. I think this is not a very good plan, because if there's any modifications that need to be done after that, as have happened in the past, so the detention basins were built, they had to be modified, then they've had to be modified again, specifically for my property. I submitted a public comment. It's the Kolkmeyer email in the Legacy Ridge public comment section. So they're going to need to be modified again. If that happens, I have no recourse. I can't come to the city for help. I'll have to go to another development's HOA to get that done. I don't see how that's feasible. I understand for a new development in isolation, having the developer build a detention basin where the runoff goes into that is great. That's fine, but when there's another development, another neighborhood that's impacted by that, I think the city should maintain ownership of that detention basin and help protect our property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we ever do that, Mr. Dunning?
Does the city ever make modifications, or do we is this situation
do we take
unique?
ownership, yeah. Detention basins for neighborhoods.
No, the city typically does not. My familiarity with those basins is the city worked with actually Property Reserve to address some stormwater mitigation matters down there, and that's how the city currently owns those. But as development occurs, the city, we don't put those in. We do require them to be put in to manage stormwater. I'll just share with Mayor, my initial thoughts is that's part of that stormwater utility environment that we're looking at to make sure that these private basins are being kept up to speed. So
all right.
Got some thoughts around that space.
Okay. Might be, if you want to speak in a minute, you can, whenever I call people. But I've got an order right now I've got to go by, but yeah. All right, let's go to Lois Nolan. We might have burned some bridges tonight with some citizens by the length of the meeting, so hopefully she'll come back. Rob Hennon. Oh, you're up. All right. Well, there we go.
I really wasn't here to talk about the detention system, but with respect to the city not taking over detention areas, they actually do take care of the detention area in Summit Ridge, Meadows of Summit Ridge. Got a 5-acre one right behind my house, and you guys do take care of it. A lot of that is to appease, because it was set up to take care of water before it gets down to Raintree and becomes a problem there. So they really pushed that even more than we did. Bill Kenny put it in, you guys took care of it. But what I'm really here about is this new addition that you're putting north of us, this Legacy Ridge. You're approving it for mixed use, but they're taking mixed use to the extent of mixed use. The only thing we've been able to talk them out of is putting an apartment building in up there. And that really wasn't part of the real plan. It was just kind of a contingency. And I think it was just there to deal with us because they're going north of our neighborhood where we have 60 to 65 foot lots. They're putting in some 60 to 62 foot lots going north of it until they hit that Legacy Ridge Road. When you go left on that road, they're going to put in 50-foot lots in another pod. And then you go right above the school property, and they're going to put in 40-foot lots. This is a huge variance, and this is not like any other house in Lee Summit. I've never seen houses that are 40-foot lot wide and 60 to 80-foot long. It just doesn't look right. These are all going to look the same. There's going to be no space. A trash day is just going to be trash can after trash can after trash can. There's 73 houses in this 40-foot lot, or 40-foot variance. Put in houses that are similar size to ours. This is ridiculous. They're also going to put in...
You realize you're a little late on this one, right?
I realize that
And there's
a
been
lot
a
of it has
tremendous
got
amount
through.
of community engagement on this one.
Yeah, and they have not communicated back to us very well. Every time they come to the
I've been
meeting,
watching this one pretty
they
close,
listen
sir.
to it,
Yeah.
and then they just don't do anything.
Okay.
And I happened to be out of town when it went through the zoning commission or whatever they call that, but it still doesn't make it right. This is not the right kind of house for that area. No other houses around that area are like those. That is very, very small lots. There's not going to be trees on those lots. There's not going to be enough room for them. I mean, this is going to be car after car after car on the road. So I just, as a member of the board now, I need to voice my opinion on it. You guys may think that mixed use and having all different types of people in the neighborhood's fine. I don't think that neighborhood and HOA is going to get along with each other, let alone be able to communicate with us very well. So I'm very much against it, and I just wanted to be heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Next, we have DJ Good. Oh, I don't see DJ Good. Chip Floyd.
Hey, those Hershey bars up there, that's me. Promise kept. So our little game of hide the public face, unfortunately, has now metastasized into something a little bit worse than it was. I speak tonight about legislation apparently passed on or before March the 10th of this year, now referred to as the Dunning-Hodges Something Act. This law apparently regulates how private citizens use public resources and public domain material. Last meeting, discussing the use of a logo and city resources for campaigns, Council Hodges, talking to Manager Dunning, went from, don't we have something out there, to, we have that, to, I know we have that, then asked about repercussions to the something she knows we have. Manager Dunning confirmed it, stated that those rules and ethics are codified. He went on to mention such ordinance violations and municipal offenses should be seen in court. That entire evolution took 47 seconds. I assume he's referring to the Dunning-Hodges Something Act. Something is out there, and it is codified, and such violations will be seen in court. You see, as sitting council members and city administrators, when you insinuate, suggest, or affirm something, that does have repercussions. I am now in open and willful violation of the Dunning-Hodges Something Act. You'll know why in a few seconds. I intend to continually violate it with civic aforethought for the next 742 days. I'm using a lectern in a building, speaking into a microphone carried by an AV system, all owned by the city. And by city, I mean me. I own it. And so do you. The mayor, now Baird, soon Rader or Lopez, is the chief enforcement officer of the city and has the responsibility and obligation to enforce law. City attorney is here as a witness. And there are capable officers in this room. Therefore, I demand that I be held accountable for this criminal behavior. I must be detained, cited, arrested if needed, charged and prosecuted in the service of the Dunning-Hodges Something Act. Here's what guarantees my conviction. I now declare verbally for 2028 District 4. I will use public resources and public domain in my campaign. But 30 seconds. Wait a minute. Maybe there's no violation at all. Maybe there's no violation at all. And all this 7th grade nonsense is a result of spiteful and petty behavior by public servants at the public's expense. The very intent of transparency has been subverted, and with it, the public trust. And that's the violation. Floyd 28.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Al-Shawish.
So don't worry about the logo on the front of my shirt. You know, the viewers at home won't be able to see it. The audience behind me won't be able to see it. They will see the message on the back, though. You know, these last several months have been very revealing to me. when things are going wrong in any situation, you want to be able to give the individuals involved the benefit of the doubt. But then when you stack mistake after mistake and misstep after misstep, a very clear picture begins to form. That picture is that our city leaders are unable to defend their actions, their strategy, and their policies, and that there's nothing they fear more than real information getting out to the residents for them to analyze on their own. And because you're unable to defend your positions, you turn to soft censorship, scheming to change public record formats in the hope that it minimizes reach on social media, lobbying admins on Facebook, pressuring them not to approve certain information being shared on their page, and redacting emails concerning how certain policies are being made and justified. When city leadership's ideals can't survive basic scrutiny, the only option they have is to censor and attempt to minimize reach of viewpoints that challenge them. But I'll tell you the biggest mistake I think you've made. You've chosen to be omissive and withhold information from the residents. Sure, you can say most of the information is transparent and available somewhere, but you make no effort to get that information to the residents. And you refuse to speak honestly about things that are going on in the city. And this has created such an information vacuum that just one individual giving 3-minute speeches has garnered more attention and more credibility than an entire PR team paid for with our tax dollars. The takeaway for you should be clear. Residents don't want elected officials who act as cheerleaders for everything that the city is doing. They want real information, and they want for the mayor and council to represent the people's interest over their own professional and political ones.
Thank you. Heather Crane.
Good evening. My name's Heather Crane. I don't typically speak on city politics, but this election has compelled me to step forward to address comments made at the council meeting 2 weeks ago. First, I attended the Chamber Mayoral Candidate Forum, where I heard Mr. Lopez emphasize a desire to stick with the current city plan and highlights his years of experience. However, what stood out to me is Ms. Rader's willingness to listen. She hears the residents, and she's willing to question whether the current plan, particularly around apartments and multi-residential housing, should be revisited to preserve the hometown character that so many of us value. Over the past several weeks, Ms. Rader has faced repeated personal attacks, attempts to intimidate, bully, and discredit her for the way she has chosen to campaign. That is concerning and frankly disappointing. At a recent council meeting, I also witnessed a speaker who is affiliated with her opponent's campaign publicly and repeatedly call Ms. Rader a liar. That claim does not reflect what I have seen. What I have seen is a candidate who listens to her constituents and is willing to adjust her position, such as on the issues of a single trash hauler, because she values taxpayer choice and wants to avoid creating a monopoly in Lee Summit. And for that, we thank you. I also heard concerns raised about crime, so I took time to review the data myself on the City of Lee Summit's website. From 2020 to 2024, calls for service have increased significantly. While there may be some recent improvement, the long-term trend raises valid questions. As our city grows, are we ensuring that our fire and police force, their compensation, and mental health services are keeping pace? These public servants are our friends and neighbors, and these are reasonable concerns, and they deserve thoughtful discussion, not dismissal. I also want to speak to our schools. As a 23-year veteran teacher, I can tell you these concerns are real. Class sizes have grown from 18 to 20 students to nearly 30. We are seeing more students with 504s and individual education plans, while support staff has not kept up. And the data reflects this. According to the Missouri Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's website, in 2016, 10 years ago, approximately 75% of our students in our district were proficient or advanced in English language arts. Over a little less than 10 years, that number has dropped to 52%. This is not a small change. That is a significant decline, and it should concern all of us. These are the kinds of issues Ms. Rader is raising: development, fiscal responsibility, public safety, and education. These are not talking points. They are real concerns affecting real people in our community. Councilwoman Rader, I want to personally thank you. Your concerns are valid, your willingness to listen matters, and your commitment to preserving what makes Lee Summit special while planning responsibly for the future does not go unnoticed. Keep taking the high road, Ms. Rader. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Elson, Andrew Elson.
I'm here tonight, Andrew Elson, I'm here tonight to address a specific technical failure in our city's communication system, the fact that resident emails are being silently diverted into your spam and junk folders. This is a fundamental breakdown in how City Hall connects with community. Recently, while working through various city issues, I discovered this problem firsthand across 2 separate email accounts. I sent a single email to multiple members of this body. One of you received it in your inbox, while another found it in their junk folder. Additionally, from a different address, I sent an email to the city manager that he could not locate at all. It was only after I sent a follow-up reply to my original message that the thread finally surfaced. This proves the problem isn't tied to one specific sender, but is a broader failure in how the city receives our input. We all know this council places a heavy preference on email communication. You regularly ask us to write in, you use those emails to gauge where the community stands on important issues. But if the digital front door to City Hall is inadvertently filtering out your constituents, it creates a serious disconnect in our local processes. Decisions are being made based on incomplete picture of public sentiment. I know that aggressive email filtering is a reality of modern IT, and I understand it takes time to implement a permanent system-wide solution to ensure that resident emails are whitelisted. But until the IT department can resolve this routing issue, I have a simple ask. Check your spam, because my emails are being missed. Check it on a regular basis. This is a pretty big flaw in how this works, and I have empirical evidence that this is happening. It's pretty sad. It is. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Ms. Vollenweider?
Is that what you put in? No. Did you put your thumb drive in? Yeah. Okay.
Teresa Vollenweider, 5201 Northeast Maybrook Road.
Thanks, John.
Watch out behind you.
We got a lot of stuff going on. I don't want to get.
The paint up there is the white. That's the property line. I don't know if you saw it up there. Now it's parked under her car. There's a painted line.
Oh.
That Public Works did.
When I was asking you about it, she was.
I want you to, we can't hear that very well. But what Griffin is telling Dumit is that the Public Works Department painted the property line. We'll listen to that again.
Thanks, John.
Watch out behind you.
We got a lot of stuff going on. I don't want to get.
The paint up there is the white. That's the property line. I don't know if
The paint
you saw
up
it
there is
there.
the property
Now
line.
it's parked under her car. There's a painted line.
Oh.
That Public Works did.
When I was asking you about it, she was saying, I got a survey done, you guys are wrong. I'm like, it doesn't matter what you think when they tell you you're under arrest. I was asking you about it, she was.
Now it's parked under her car. There's a painted line.
Oh.
That Public Works did.
When I was asking you about it, she was saying, I got a survey done, you guys are wrong.
Survey
I'm like, it doesn't matter what you think.
Okay. That's the line he's talking about right there. So somebody from Public Works is locating and then marking a property line. That is being said by one police officer to another. Two other police officers, Cooley and Beeman, said they used the City of Lee Summit maps. That's GIS maps. And those two officers based the arrest of a person on that. And when a person mentions a survey, a police officer, Dumit, laughs about it. It's that survey. I do not think I'm the only one this is happening to, because Public Works did this before on my property and trespassed when they did it. So I think Public Works is being used. And I've asked Michael Park, and he has said they do not have any licensed professional land surveyors on staff. Somebody needs to check into this. This is wrong. Unlicensed people marking property lines, establishing property lines, locating property lines, and then putting marks down, whether it's paint or tape or laths or what, wood stakes, that's illegal.
All right, understood. Thank you, Ms. Muller. Yes, what do you need, Ms. Giddings? No. In a second, I will. I need you to know that sometimes there's an order, and I do choose it for a reason. So come on forward, please.
Debbie Giddings. I'm just going to touch on a few things. First of all, PRI is going to have a development to the north and a development to the south. You all have been presented the zoning that they want, the type of development they want on the north side. However, you've started piecemealing the south side. You've already approved a PRI property on the south side, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong. The other thing I would like to point out is with this concept plan north of the north side, looking at the plan, it doesn't look like there's any right-of-way for expansion of the highway being saved by the developer. That's a point. The LCRA presentation tomorrow at 4 p.m. is for the north side, and then they're going to do a policy review. Interested citizens come down to City Hall. The minutes for the last two meetings, or one meeting of the City Council and the planning, have not been put on the website. It's hard to dig through all the video to try to figure out what it was, a point that you were wanting to make. I finally found where I was talking about last week where the sewer rates went up. It was at the public hearing on March 18th of last year. You just found out about, it was just found out by the public last council meeting. There is an ordinance that you're going to be reading tonight to approve $94,000 for engineering. Just started on the more than expensive part of the north, Douglas to Chipman. What's going to happen on the south side? I thought I had a map of the trees, but I'm not sure that that's the correct thing. I'll be asking for help on that. There's going to be a hearing on, or a thing on the Charter Commission assigning an alternate. I read online that alternate that you're going to be assigning cannot even vote on anything. So would you really want to be going to the meetings and then not being able to just say stuff? You could, but you can't vote on any of the decisions that would be made. I just want to point out those things because as you continue to dig deeper and deeper on the city's web pages, at the various committees and the various ordinances and replats and all of the stuff that you have to dig through to understand a project such as the dome clear back a year ago, unless you've been coming to these meetings on a every day, every week type situation, or you're wanting to sit through tons and tons of videos. Thank you for listening, and see some of you, I guess, next month, but maybe not after that. So thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to go to presentations. Agenda item 6A, presentation, Kansas City Lease Summit Regional Airport Economic Impact Study. Mr. Anderson. Oh, Mr. Park.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know it's late, and I promise we'll be brief. There's a lot of detail in your packets regarding the Kansas City Lease Summit Regional Airport Economic Impact Statement. It's a study of the economic output of our airport that you've really been asking for, I know, over the last couple of years. And Mr. Anderson will be doing that presentation. But before we get there, I want to also acknowledge that what you're going to hear is not just by happen chance, right? So it's been very intentional, and it's been very much so through actions that this body has taken over the last 8 years and working towards the airport growth. So we have the IGNITE strategic plan, you have the comprehensive plan, you have the airport master plan, all of these plans, the airport business plan that have set the direction and growth for the airport. And so it's following that growth, the investments in the airport, the renaming of our airport, the new marketing, it's the standards and design or the guidelines and the regulations that are later on your agenda. There's an ordinance keeping those current. There's a lot of actions and activity that really make our airport a success. And I want you to realize that. And this isn't the end of it, so we continue to implement these plans, and some of our next steps, if these ordinances are passed, would be to issue an RFP to solicit really the best of the best to continue that growth out of the airport and that continued business plan and airport master plan. And so I did want to acknowledge those previous actions, and as well as the next steps that we'll be taking, and really to thank you for your support in getting us to this point. So it's really a good story to celebrate. And with that, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I was challenged to do this very quickly, so I'm going to try to do just that. In your packet, you have the very complete, full document. I'm going to try to give you a very high-level overview, a quick rundown of just what's going on with the economic impact study. Some of you may ask, why an economic impact study? And I think as an elected body, you probably know, but maybe for our audience, we get a lot of questions. Why does the city of Lease Summit have an airport? What's the value of the airport? How much money do you really make selling fuel, renting hangar space? And that's really not what an airport's about. If you think about the city leadership back in 1977 when we purchased the airport, the vision was, an airport, a municipal airport, is an economic driver for the local community. It's an economic driver for the Kansas City region. It's really an economic driver for the state. But how much? How can we kind of quantify that? But I did want to point out that the airport is not a runway and hangars for local pilots. It is part of the National Plan of Integrated Airports. We are supported by the FAA. If you think about the interstate highway system going across the country, airports do the same thing. We're kind of your state highway, and maybe the international airports are the interstate. But we pull traffic out of, downtown pulls traffic out of Kansas City International. We pull traffic out of downtown, where we all work together to make the air system work. And Lease Summit is an integral part of that. We have businesses that are here because of the airport. We have businesses that have been created because of the airport. And later on, you're going to see some of our flight numbers, and you're going to see that 2/3 roughly of our traffic at the airport, it's not local pilots, but it's transient. It's itinerant traffic. So when we talk about impacts, there's really 3 types of economic impact: the direct impact, the indirect impact, and the induced impact. And I'm going to talk about each one of those and what they are. Start with direct impacts. And there's really two prongs to the direct impacts. There's the money that's spent on the airfield. So if you think about a lot about what we do, we sell fuel, we rent hangar space, we lease ground. But there's also businesses at the airport that maintain aircraft, replace avionics. Those are businesses on the field. That's the direct on-airport impacts. But the other prong of the direct impacts are the visitors that come in and spend money in our community. They spend money on hotels, in restaurants, in retail shops. So that's the direct impact. The indirect impact are all those, the supply chain and everything that's necessary to support that direct spending. So we have businesses at the airport, we have vendors, we have wholesalers, we have freight delivery, we have all the things necessary to support that work. On the visitor side, we have hotel staff, restaurant staff, retail staff, the people that support that. That's all that indirect impacts. And then the induced impacts are all the re-spending of the wages and the salaries and the money that's generated throughout the community. We take those impacts then and we try to normalize them a little bit and bring it down to jobs, payroll, and total economic output. And the nice thing about putting it in terms of jobs, that's kind of normalized with the average salary, for the state at the time. So when we look at, if I just said, hey, in 2012, we were doing $9.2 million worth of statewide economic impact, compared to the $58 million we're doing now, what does that really mean? Because obviously 9.2 million in 2012 means more now. But if I look at that and with respect to jobs, you can compare that apples to apples. So you'll see a lot of job numbers as well as economic output numbers. Just some of the businesses we have on the field. Summit Aero, as you know, like Michael mentioned, our rebranding. That's our city FBO. That's our selling our fuel, renting our hangar space. All the rest you see are private companies on the field. And I wanted to highlight just two of those really quickly because I don't think people see this and really realize the impact. Midwest Avionics. In 2017, an employee of Garmin, who's over in Kansas, started a business at our airport part-time doing avionics on aircraft. In 2019, he quit his job at Garmin, started his business full-time, and currently today has 12 full-time staff and is doing $3 million of annual work at the airport. That's just one business success. Another one, Summit Flight Academy, started just 3 years ago with 4 instructors and 1 aircraft. Today they have 8 aircraft and 11 flight instructors. $1.5 million in annual revenue, and that's just 2 of the businesses and 2 of the success stories. When we looked at the statewide impact, the direct impact on the at the airport and that economic input, what we wanted to do is we didn't want to try to recreate that wheel from a statewide perspective. That would have been a heck of an undertaking. In 2012, MoDOT did a statewide economic impact study of general aviation airports. Lease Summit was part of that. So what we did, and what we agreed would be a good business practice, was to utilize the multiplier effects from the indirect and induced economic impact and apply that to the same metrics that they used in 2012 to the same metrics adjusted in 2024. Now you may ask, how fair is that? How accurate is that? And I think my response to that would be, I think we're being conservative. Because if you think of the spending opportunity today compared to the spending opportunity in 2012, I think there's a lot more spending opportunity today. So I think going with the 2012 numbers, I think is on the conservative side. If we looked at the 2012 numbers, 63 jobs, $9.2 million worth of economic impact statewide. We adjust for our annual operating revenue, the gallons of Jet A fuel sold, and we equate that today, we're looking at 206 jobs and $47.4 million annually statewide. But that's 2024. What happened in 2025? We opened up Hangar 2. So we took Hangar 2 and said, let's just look at that as a project. Let's look at Hangar 2. Let's look at the east side infrastructure and what's going on with that. And if you look at that, an annual operating revenue of $900,000, those 2 projects alone contributed an additional 46 jobs and $10.6 million to the statewide economic output, for a total of $58.3 million worth of economic output on the airport, on the direct spending side. So let's take a quick look at the visitors. These are, I'm not going to get into the numbers too much, but the total number at the bottom is as a total ops. In 2024, we were running 56,000 operations. That's takeoff and landings. If you look at 2025, we're already pushing 65,000. So just in 1 year's time, we've gained another 10,000. This is all related to what Mr. Park was talking about, the foresight in the growth, in the planning, and the rebranding and the renaming of the airport. All that stuff contributes to this continued growth. But what I wanted to point out is, the GA itinerant, that's traffic that does not reside here, is not based here. It's typically about 2/3 is itinerant. So when we look at the traffic, the visitors, we use two primary sources of data, the Placer and InPlan. Placer is that software that it tracks phones. It knows, okay, the phone resides in this area because it sits for 6 hours at this spot. So it knows where that passenger is coming from. It tracks where they go. You can actually get down and look at where did they eat, specifically what restaurant, where did they shop, where did they sleep, what kind of money are they spending. That's what the Placer data does. The InPlan data is the nationally recognized data for determining that multiplier effect for the indirect and induced spending. And that's done at a county by county basis. So it's very specific, county by county basis. When we looked at the Placer data for our visitors, what we found was the vast majority stay in Jackson County, Missouri, or they run down the I-470 corridor in the Johnson County, Kansas. So for the purpose of this study, we focused on those two counties, Jackson County, Missouri, Johnson County, Kansas. Focused on 3 visitor types. One, people within 15 miles. Those people live here, they're flying in and out, and their spending patterns are not changing because they're flying locally. Their economic impact is included in the statewide number. We have the outbound locals. That's people between 15 and 50 miles. So that's people in the surrounding area that are coming to our airport to fly in and out. Their spending patterns are changing. They're buying lunch or dinner here. They're spending some money in addition to what's at the airport. And we average out 15,500 outbound visitors at $60 a trip. And then the inbound visitors, those are the folks that are beyond 50 miles that are flying in. Their spending patterns, they're spending a little bit more money. They're grabbing a hotel. They're eating at restaurants. Maybe they're doing some local shopping. And we're seeing about 10,000 inbound visitors with an average of $369 a trip. So if you look at that, the total direct impact for our visitors, 3.3 million, that's the direct. If you apply the multiplier effects for the indirect impacts and the induced impacts, it pushes that to $5.3 million on an annual basis in local spending. So all in all, what does this mean? The Lease Summit, or the Kansas City Lease Summit Regional Airport, contributes 252 jobs statewide, 11.9 million in payroll, 58.3 million in total economic output, and locally, 41 jobs, 1.9 million in payroll, and $5.3 million in local economic output. So that's a high-level, quick rundown of what's in the economic impact study. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions. I also do have online the authors of the report. So if you guys want to get into the weeds, I may have to defer to the economic experts. So, hopefully I got that in time. So,
that's good. That's good. Mr. Bushek, you taking notes on this stuff? Okay. It's economic development. 101. It is. We talk a lot about multiplier effect, indirect jobs, supply side jobs, and more. So this is.
I'm just going to keep those numbers up there because they're good to see.
Yeah, it's really nice to see it quantified, because sometimes we're just making estimates when we're looking at whether or not to give an approval on an application based on what we hope the multiplier effect will be. So this is nice to see this quantified using placer data. I mean, that's getting into the specifics. So questions from council or comments? I think we should use this going forward, Mr. Anderson, like timing-wise, like later on for control tower, when we start talking about the control tower and just talking about just how much of an impact that will have as well.
Absolutely. When we...
Because we didn't really have this type of data when we approved Hangar 2. We just knew that approving Hangar 2 was going to be a great thing.
Yeah, we knew intuitively that it's
Yes.
going to bring economic value, but we didn't know what. Like you say, it's nice to be able to quantify that.
Yeah. Okay.
One of the things I will just say very briefly that I think is missing from here is I don't know what companies have come to Lease Summit because of the airport. And I will say that I've been working a lot with Joe, or talking more with Joe Perry and the Economic Development Council to try to find a way that we can try to quantify some of that information as well.
Well, all that land across the highway, PRI, land reserve, whatever, I mean, the proximity near the airport, there's got to be a rate of return there too, eventually. And if we could track that, that would be really beneficial.
That's the next piece that I really want to get nailed down.
Yeah, that'd be really beneficial.
Yeah.
Okay. And even Discovery Park, it's going to have, corporate type offices there.
Just the fact we're going to have a couple high-end hotels there is, pilots are already talking about it.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
I'm sure they are. That's good. Okay. Well, this is an excellent report. Thanks to our consultant as well for being here. Sorry, we don't have a bunch of dialogue or discussion for you, but this is great information.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Next on the agenda would be agenda item 7. It's a resolution. So, Ms. Fowler Curry, would you please read resolution number 2603?
Resolution number 26-03, a resolution appointing an alternate member to the 2026 Charter Review Commission for the City of Lee's Summit, Missouri.
Okay. We have a motion to adopt this resolution by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Well, I just think it was took really good initiative that we chose to do this, and it's really great that we have someone that's willing to serve in this role with regard to being an alternate. Councilmember Rader? Yes.
May
Mr.
I
Head?
address a comment from earlier related to the alternate?
Yes, please.
Just to clarify any confusion, I heard one of the public commenters mention the fact that the alternate cannot vote. They can attend the meetings but cannot vote. That is correct, but only during the time that the individual is actually an alternate. When the vacancy is actually created, and we know that a vacancy will be created in this district, that person becomes a full member of the commission automatically without any further action, and will have all the rights and responsibilities, including voting. So there won't be, the time for which this person will be an alternate and not vote is going to be one meeting, the April meeting. And then by the May meeting, that person will be a full member of the commission and will be able to vote fully.
All right, understood. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Rader?
Mayor, thanks. I wanted to make sure that was explained, so thank Mr. Head for doing that on that question.
All right, not seeing any further discussion, please cast your vote. All votes are in, please record the vote. The resolution is adopted unanimously. Takes us to proposed ordinances forwarded from committee. Councilmember Pryor, would you please read bill number 26-056?
Mayor, Councilmember Pryor has...
Yes, Councilmember Shields, would you please?
Sure. I move for second reading bill number 26-056, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a work order in accordance with the city's on-call construction services agreement contract 2024-0571 with TC Fuller Construction LLC for the expansion of the water utilities service center parking lot in the amount of $102,204.23 and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents.
Thank you. A motion to move to second reading bill number 26-056 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That goes to second reading unanimously. Councilmember Shields, would you please?
Thank you. I now move for adoption of Bill number 26-056, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a work order in accordance with the city's on-call construction services agreement contract 2024-0571 with TC Fuller Construction LLC for the expansion of the water utility service center parking lot in the amount of $102,204.23 and authorizing the new manager to execute all necessary documents.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 26-056 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's unanimous. It's adopted. Thank you. Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 26-057?
I move to second reading Bill number 26-057, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a ground lease agreement by and between the City of Lee Summit and TM Aviation LLC for a period of 30 years with options for 2 additional 10-year terms for the development of a hangar located at the Kansas City Lee Summit Regional Airport and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 26-057 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It does go to second reading unanimously. Councilmember Hodges, would you please?
I move for the adoption of Bill number 26-057, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a ground lease agreement by and between the City of Lee Summit and TM Aviation LLC for a period of 30 years with options for 2 additional 10-year terms for the development of a hangar located at the Kansas City Lee Summit Regional Airport and authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. A motion to adopt Bill number 26-057 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's adopted unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Rader, would you please read Bill number 26-058?
Thank you, Mayor. I move for second reading Bill number 26058, an ordinance approving modification number 3 to an agreement for professional engineering services for Douglas Road Improvements, 2nd Street to Chipman, RFQ number 2022-061 between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and Kimley Horn for an increase of $93,730 with an amended amount of $1,442.48 and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. A motion to move to second reading Bill number 26-058 by Councilmember Rader, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It goes to second reading unanimously. Councilmember Rader, would you please?
I move for adoption Bill number 26058, an ordinance approving modification number 3 to an agreement for professional engineering services for Douglas Road Improvements, 2nd Street to Chipman Road, RFQ number 2022-061 between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and the Kimley Horn for an increase of $93,730 with an amended amount of $1,442.48 and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for the same.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 26-058 by Councilmember Rader, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Please cast your vote. The bill is adopted unanimously. Thank you. Please record it. Councilmember Pryor,
I think I got this one too, Mayor.
yeah, I know. I just am losing your name right now. Councilmember Shields,
It's all
would you
right.
please read Bill number 26-059?
And they've been passing me theirs, so I'll have a few more here.
Okay.
I move for second reading Bill number 26-059, an ordinance enacting a new section of the Code of Ordinances titled Section 17-240, Kratom Products and Dangerous Chemical Inhalants Definitions, and new Section 17-241, Prohibition on Sale or Distribution of Kratom Products and Dangerous Chemical Inhalants.
Thank you. A motion to move to second reading Bill number 26-059 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Yes. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that this is all Kratom and 708, not just over the age. So it reads weird. It kind of reads like it's over the age of 21, you can still buy it. Under the age of 21, you can't. So, thank you.
You bet. Tracy Albers, Development Services. So
Certain products would be prohibited altogether. Adulterated kratom, the 7-OH that's referred to in the ordinance, and kratom products that are packaged or advertised to be confection-like, to be appealing to minors and to youth. And that language largely mirrors the language that was in the Kansas City, Missouri gas station drugs ordinance. Then, separate from those prohibited items, there are regulations that would limit kratom sales that fall under those thresholds to persons 21 and over. So it's a little bit of a 1-2 punch.
So you can still buy kratom?
You can still buy some kratom products, but others will be prohibited.
So really, minors can still get kratom?
Not minors, no, because
Well,
that would
still get alcohol, so they can still get kratom.
I can't speak to what minors can or cannot procure, but again, kratom products would be reserved to persons 21 and older by this
Why did we
way of this
decide to do it
ordinance.
that way and not just kratom? Like,
The way that it was recommended at CEDC, we put forward an ordinance that really mirrored what Kansas City put forward, also Independence and Blue Springs for continuity purposes, and it focused on the wholesale prohibition of what was perceived as being the most dangerous types, the adulterated, the 7-OH, and anything intended to mimic a confection, and then limit the balance to persons 21 and older.
okay, so that goes for gas stations and actual vape shops can't carry it?
Correct.
A certain kind? Okay, and then 21 and older, they can buy certain types of kratom?
Correct.
But, yeah, it's all bad, but, so they can buy that at gas stations and vape shops?
Correct. What the regulations would do is limit it to 21 and older, and it also specifies how it can be advertised. It's basically got to be behind the counter and not be able to be accessed except as part of that sales transaction.
Oh, I was under the impression it was going to be a little more strict than that. I don't know that I like this, but it is what it is, so. No, because I want it to pass, and we can what? What'd you say? But then it won't.
No, we can pass it tonight.
Okay, pass it tonight. Yes, okay, perfect, yeah. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. So it's on, if we pass it tonight, yes, you can work on it. We can work on it more in the future to restrict it more, is what they were saying on the dais, if you couldn't hear them from the crowd and such. So, but if you want to at least get this on the books right here, right now, I'm going to call for the vote unless there's more discussion. Okay. Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It does go to second reading unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Shields, would you please?
Thank you, and I move for adoption of Bill number 26-059, an ordinance enacting new sections of the Code of Ordinances titled Section 17-240, Kratom Products and Dangerous Chemical Inhalants Definitions, and the new Section 17-241, Prohibition on Sale or Distribution of Kratom Products and Dangerous Chemical Inhalants.
Thank you. I have a motion to adopt Bill number 26-059 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It is adopted unanimously. Thank you. Takes us to proposed ordinances, first reading. Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 26-060?
I advance to second reading Bill number 26-060, an ordinance approving the cooperative agreement by and among City of Lee Summit, Missouri and Land Reserve Incorporated for the Todd George Parkway project.
Thank you. I have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 26-060 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. Could staff just clarify, is this like an initial agreement to work together? Or an actual, like how far are we in this process? What are we approving tonight?
Yeah, so this is a public-private partnership agreement where they would actually carry forward the design and construction of Todd George Parkway. So this sets forth really that we would still manage the scope. It'd still be a city project as it's been established in the capital improvement plan. But our current capital improvement plan would not have this project delivered until 2030. It doesn't match up with the LR Land Reserve's development plan, their schedule. And for the taxpayers, I think delivering it early delivers it at a better cost. And we're also capping the reimbursable amounts to those public improvements at the 2023 April no tax increase bond amounts at $24 million. So it feels like a win-win for everybody as a way to get the project done earlier at a savings, if you will, in the economy of scale as part of the larger overall development. And so this is the full agreement to complete the project.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate the explanation.
Thank you.
Mr. Park, don't leave.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Sorry, quick question. Can you just confirm, will this be the entire stretch from Colburn to Woods Chapel?
This will, and I know the full scope is in the agreement, but it does cover the scope of what was the capital improvement plan for Todd George widening, Colburn Road to Woods Chapel. There's probably some intersection work at either end, as well as the Strother Road improvement between Todd George and the I-470 where the interchange is already built out, and then the water main that would go along Strother. Actually, it's a little south of Strother where it bores under 470, but also connecting to serve the entire property.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. That bill does go to second reading unanimously. Thank you. Takes us to Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Would you please, Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 26-061?
I advance to second reading Bill number 26-061, an ordinance establishing policies, guidelines, rules, regulations, and minimum standards for commercial and non-commercial operations at the Kansas City Lee Summit Regional Airport.
Thank you. A motion to move to second reading Bill number 26-061 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Thank you. It does move to second reading unanimously, and that takes us to Bill number 26-062. Councilmember Rader, would you please?
Thank you, Mayor. I moved to second reading, advanced to second reading, Bill number 26-062, an ordinance approving a development and land transfer agreement by and between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and the Hunt Midwest Real Estate Development, Inc. for the transfer of 2 parcels and 3 easements for the Mouse Creek Trail expansion and the Southwest Pryor Road stormwater and the multimodal projects improvement, and authorizing the mayor to execute the same.
Thank you. You have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 26-062 by Councilmember Rader, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Does go to second reading unanimously. Thank you. And then Bill number, Councilmember Shields, Bill number 26-063, please.
Thank you. I move for second reading of Bill number 26-063, an ordinance approving the 2026 labor agreement by and between the City of Lee Summit, Missouri and the International Association of Firefighters Local number 2195, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same by and on behalf of the city.
Okay, we have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 26-063 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Yes, Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you. Thanks to my buddy, Councilmember Funk, reminded me to recuse, so I'll be recusing from this vote.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to all the hard work that went into this agreement, both on the side of the city staff, the city council, the IFF. We really appreciate the work that our firefighters do, keeping the city safe and making sure that we're compensating them appropriately and staying competitive with our neighboring jurisdictions. And I know this was a lot of work to get this done, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah. I think we all very much appreciate it. This council wanted to get this done on our watch, so appreciate this being on the agenda tonight and the push to get it done. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It passes 8-0 with 1 recusal. Thank you. I need a motion to finish this last 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to finish 4 more readings if I can get a motion to continue this meeting after 11.
Move to continue the meeting past the ungodly hour of 11 p.m.
Second. Thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Funk. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Shields?
Aye.
Councilmember Funk?
Aye.
Councilmember Rader?
Aye.
Councilmember Lovell?
Aye.
Councilmember Hodges?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryor?
Aye.
Councilmember Carlisle? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Aye.
Mayor Baird?
Aye. Thank you all. No, it doesn't. You could have voted no, and I know it is still. That gets us, though, to proposed ordinance's second reading, and we will go with, do you have this ready, sir? Are you ready to read this, or did you hand it off? Okay, Councilmember Lovell, would you please read Bill number 26?
You can't read.
Oh, please hand that off. Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 26-040?
I move for adoption of Bill number 26-040, an ordinance approving a lease agreement for the Paragon Star Village Garage Land Clearance Redevelopment Authority redevelopment plan.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 26-040 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It passes 7-1 with one recusal. Thank you. Bill number 26-022. Who has this? Councilmember Shields, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I move for adoption Bill number 26-022, an ordinance approving rezoning from Ag Agricultural to RP1 Plan Single Family Residential, RP3 Plan Residential Mixed Use, and CP2 Plan Community Commercial and Preliminary Development Plan on approximately 131 acres of land generally located at the southeastern intersection of Southwest Ward Road and Southwest Hook Road in all accordance with provisions of Chapter 33 of the Unified Development Ordinance, Code of Ordinances of the City of Lee's Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 26-022 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion. Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's adopted unanimously. Thank you. Councilmember Shields, Bill number 26-048, please.
Thank you. I move for adoption Bill number 26-048, an ordinance authorizing the purchase of 182 Axon Body 4 cameras with hardware refreshments upgrades, 45 Axon Fleet 3 in-car cameras with hardware refreshments upgrades, 182 Taser 10 4 Skydio X10 drones, prepared 911 software, Axon Assistant software, unlimited Axon storage, digital evidence, unlimited third-party storage, digital evidence, CAD RMS auto tagging, Axon Response software, redaction assistance software, community request, public evidence submission, Axon Investigate, input, ACE, Axon auto transcribe, data migration services, and 9 Axon interview room with hardware refreshment through the use of an approved sole source, and authorizing city manager to execute all related necessary documents for the city of Lee's Summit, Missouri.
Can I hear an applause for that, please? Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 26-048 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's adopted unanimously. Thank you. And Councilmember Funk, Bill number 26-04. Councilmember Shields. Bill number 26-049, please.
Thank you. I move for adoption Bill number 26-049, ordinance approving lease agreement for Project 2 East Village within the redevelopment area for the 291 South Regional Land Clearance Redevelopment Authority redevelopment plan.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 26-049 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Yes. It should. All right. Seeing no discussion, please cast your vote.
Doesn't matter, John. You only got one meeting left.
All votes are in. Please record the vote.
Quick recall.
7 in favor, 1 against, and 1 recusal. It's adopted, though. And committee reports. Probably not. Council comments. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you. I know. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so what would it take? Do we just to get the camera angles turned back around? Like I know. I don't want a huge discussion, but like, what does it take? Just a vote? Just a
consensus
telling city staff that you would like the cameras turned back around.
And it would be all of us liking the cameras turned back around. Yeah. Okay, well, so I know we're at the end of our meeting. Maybe next time we can bring it up and talk about it. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Wrap it up.
So next time, just prepare, well, and I don't know, but yeah, I'll just bring it up next time. Thanks.
Councilmember Lovell?
So this will be what? We won't have a meeting till post-election?
14th.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Well, just wishing everybody good luck in their election. I'm happy that it's coming to an end. I love you all, whatever happens, and good luck.
All right. Thank you. Staff roundtable?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few items. She picked a good meeting to come to. We have a new team member on our management team, and if I can have Assistant City Manager Lake come up and introduce one of our newest leaders, and then I'll just have a few quick things after that.
Donna Lake, Assistant City Manager, and I am happy to announce that we have filled the role of Director of Creative Services with Megan Dillard. Megan comes to us from the Independent School District, and you might recognize her from her time in journalism on Fox 4 and other news media and channels. So she has hit the ground running last week, dealing with a lot of media attention around the Douglas Road widening project, updated that landing page related to that project, handled the media calls, and that was just her first week here last week. And then today, of course, with the conversation about the soccer dome and all of the media attention around that. So she has hit the ground running. She is getting up to speed as we're working through our our communication strategic plan. And so without further ado, Megan, do you want to come down and introduce yourself?
Thank you. Good evening. I'm very happy to be here. I know it's a late meeting. Did hit the ground running. Strategic planning is very important to me. I think it's important that you guys have no surprises. I think it's important that we have processes in place to support the city, trying to marry those two things together, and then also trying to get my bearings, understanding that all of this is about to shift as we have some replacements and all of that. So quick introduction for tonight, but I do plan to reach out to individuals and schedule some meetings and yeah, get the ball rolling. So.
Did they prep you really well for this night?
Yes, and I'm debating between like saying the line about an angel and wings or just telling you the truth that it's Die Hard.
Oh.
Maybe a Christian Zoo.
Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wow.
Yeah.
It is a Christmas movie.
And that's the debate, right? Like we could vote and everybody would go
Yeah,
different ways.
I'll give that to you.
Thank you. I'll take it.
It's your one win. That's what you get. That's it.
Can we get that as an agenda item next week to vote on?
I'm proud of you guys for prepping her and not leaving her hanging, I guess. That's good communication.
There we go. See? Start it all.
There we go. All right. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Lowell. Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Dunning.
Yeah, just a few reminders here. We have a public meeting for the Southeast Douglas infrastructure improvements. So that's Blue Parkway on the south up to 4th Street. That public meeting, it's a come and go event from 4:30 to 6:30 on the 26th here at City Hall in the Strother Conference Room. A reminder to all of you of the invitation to the Fire Department Award Ceremony at 3 o'clock this Saturday, March 28th. That's at Green Street. Then on April 2nd, we will be holding a city career fair at the Gamber Community Center. We do those about twice a year to solicit interest in occupations, all kinds of things that you can do here at the city. So that's going on April 2nd from 1 to 6 at the Gamber Community Center. And then lastly, Our trip to Washington DC was a very beneficial one, I feel, and I thank you all for that we're able to make the trip. Those relationships we establish at the state and the federal level, they are meaningful. So thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to make that trip. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
I guess since you brought it up, just to make sure the council knows, because I haven't communicated this, when we went to DC, the lobbyists that we've hired were a big part of it, and so they did a really good job. And they're going to help keep relationships up with all of, because it's the follow-up. You know, going once a year is not enough. We've got to have the follow-up and the relationships and the communication with the key staff members. And so I was really pleased with John Hensley and Zach Pollock. They've done a good job, and thank you to the council members that went, because it's very lonely to go to DC and do that stuff alone, and I've not had to do that in a long time, since like for many years now, so thank you all. All right, we're going to, Councilmember Shields is going to read us into closed session. Everybody else, have a great night.
Pursuant to Section 61021, one of the revised statutes of the State of Missouri pertaining to legal actions, causes of action, or litigation involving a public governmental body or any confidential or privileged communication from a public governmental body and its representatives and its attorneys, and pursuant to Section 6102113, the revised statutes of the State of Missouri pertaining to individually identifiable personnel records, performance ratings, or records pertaining to employees or applicants for employment, I move to enter closed session.
Second.
Thank you. A motion going to closed session by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Shields?
Aye.
Councilmember Hodges?
Aye.
Councilmember Carlisle?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryor?
Aye.
Councilmember Lovell?
Aye.
Councilmember Funk?
Aye.
Councilmember Rader? Aye. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Aye.
Mayor Baird?
Aye.